this in the mid 2014, 15, 16 period of time in which the numbers of Black men in medicine were dwindling, and in fact, lower numbers than pretty much any other time in our history in terms of Black men going into medicine around 2015, that 2015-16 area. And we started to talk to the national academies about this, and with some partner organizations, funded a workshop. First gathered the funding in 2016 for the workshop, had the workshop in 2017, and had the proceedings, which were published in 2018, called An American Crisis: The Growing Absence of Black Men in Medicine and Science. And this was really a landmark proceedings. It's actually available on the National Academy's website that spoke to the issues around the absence of Black men in medicine and science. And from there, as a part of our next steps, we decided to move forward with a roundtable on Black men and Black women in science, engineering, and medicine, working broadly in these issues. I want to thank the steering committee that got together in early 2019. After we raised money in 2018, we had our steering committee meet in early 2019 to formulate our plans. And the goal was to understand the issues impacting Black men and Black women, create ideas for solutions, especially solutions utilizing the strengths of having Black men and Black women in science, engineering, and medicine. The roundtable appointments took place, and these are the members of the roundtable, and there are 31 members coming from medicine, engineering, and science, some with overlaps in medicine, engineering, and science, who have been really working very hard since the inception of the roundtable in terms of moving forward with an agenda to create new understanding, new ideas, and new information. Our inaugural meeting was in December of 2019. We decided that we'd have data gathering at each meeting. We would be really trying to identify and generate new ideas at each meeting, and we'd have a business meeting 3 times a year as a part of the area, our work. We would have workshops at each meeting, and we would have action groups that would plan each of the workshops. So our action groups are aimed to foster information sharing and develop an evidence-based approach to solving issues and engaging in issues. We also engage with key stakeholders and try to work with a broader community of scientists, clinicians, engineers, and administrators. And the group designs and conducts these workshops, but also disseminates the work in terms of writing papers and publications, and then works on follow-on activities that would be able to produce meaningful change. The action groups that we have currently are in public engagement, examining advocacy and public engagement, mentorship and advising, and this is the action group which is actually putting on the workshop today. Systematic change to overcome psychological barriers to success, racism and conscious and unconscious bias, which has had a very, very successful workshop, pre-K to graduate education, which again had a very successful workshop, and financing. The financing and public engagement action groups will be putting on the next workshop in April. The psychological barriers and issues action group will be putting on the next workshop after that in September. And then we will be going back onto our cycle again. And lastly, we have a COVID-19 action group, which examines COVID-19 in the Black community, the landscape and the environment, understanding the effects on the Black community, working with the national academies in terms of the field, and also discussing COVID-19 from the community standpoint, including the academic communities in terms of the area. So we've had quite a year, and in terms of the work that's taken place. Our first workshop was in April of 2020, and while many forums and roundtables decided to take a hiatus during this period with COVID-19, we moved very quickly virtually to create to have our programming and workshops and other events take place Our first was impacts of racism and bias on Black people in science, engineering, and medicine. That workshop took place on April 13th, virtually, of course. And this workshop examined the role of racism and bias in the decline of Black students in science, engineering, and medicine. They explored the historical trends of enrollment and examined some important questions, such as beyond historical trends, how does training on implicit and explicit bias mitigate the impacts of bias on Black students, and other questions. It was a very, very successful workshop that took place, and the workshop proceedings have now been published as of 2 weeks ago, and the books are available online, and in the tradition of the National Academies, one can download the proceedings book of the workshop for free at the National Academies workshop, and I think that it's a very important volume in terms of the information that's being and ideas that are provided, and I would suggest that all take a trip to the National Academies website and download a copy for yourselves. It's also great. This was our first proceedings on a line of proceedings that we're producing, and it's great to see that we were able to produce this proceedings in a timely fashion. The next workshop that was conducted was in June on COVID-19 and the Black community. Again, a very, very timely workshop that took place. The members of the roundtable discussed ways to fully invest in the human capital available in Black communities by training doctors, engineers, and scientists who are well positioned to provide rapid and effective responses to subsequent waves of COVID-19 and other medical crises. That workshop and that workshop proceedings are now currently being written and edited and reported, and we hope in the coming months to have those workshop proceedings published by the National Academies Press and online. Next, we had a symposium, a two-part symposium on COVID-19 and vaccines, therapeutics, and treatments, and COVID-19 and the return to sport and return to sports, two very important and timely areas to consider under COVID-19. Symposium aimed to serve as a fact-finding and information-sharing exercise, and in these areas of vaccines and also return to sports. I think that it was just a marvelous symposium that had just an incredible amount of information. We had the vaccine makers from many of the major vaccine makers were at the table talking about issues in terms of vaccine development, and that presaged a number of things that are going on right now. Also, the discussion about return to sports taking place, before a number of major sports were starting, was eye-opening, and we're seeing a lot of the outcomes of the discussions in that August symposium taking place. We hope to have a follow-up symposium on vaccines and also on return to sports next year, to really compare notes in terms of some of the predictions and ideas that came out of that earlier symposium. Next, we had our workshop on educational pathways for Blacks in science, engineering, and medicine. This was in September. It was again a virtual workshop by Zoom. And in this workshop, we examined current educational pathways for Blacks in science, engineering, and medicine, the barriers and inadequacies that exist along those pathways, and also examined promising interventions to overcome the barriers that were there. A very successful workshop that will be proceedings that will be written. And now that brings us to today, mentoring and advising of Black students in science, engineering, and medicine, a workshop that's taking place over a 2-day period here through the National Academies. The workshop will examine how to strengthen mentoring and advising of Black students in science, engineering, and medicine, and to increase the number of Black people pursuing careers in these fields. And there are a number of major objectives: examine the criteria needed to evaluate a successful pipeline program, and explore the definitions and practices of mentoring, advisory, sponsorship, and related roles in order to clarify their functions. We heard excellent opening remarks from Dr. John Anderson, the president of the National Academy of Engineering. I will then proceed, as I am doing now, with my roundtable remarks. The co-chairs of the Mentoring and Advisory Action Group, Dr. Randall Morgan and Dr. Joan Reed, will then comment. I just want to briefly go over the sessions with you in terms of just very, very briefly from a high level. The first session will be on understanding the current status of Black professionals in academia and industry. It's really a scoping area session in terms of providing some information in the area. The second session is ensuring the advancement and promotion of Black faculty and in areas, and Dr. McAllis Hogan will be moderating that. The next is mentor-mentee conversations, and this will be moderated by Wendy Yalowitz of the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. And let me just take a moment to thank the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation for their role. They were a very, very early sponsor of the roundtable, and I'm very proud that they have recently re-upped and are now again a sponsor for the coming year of the roundtable and its work. So thank you very much. And again, it's great to see members, funders of the roundtable being involved in terms of being moderators for sessions. Next session is on social science, what is needed. And this will be moderated by Dr. Orlando Curtin. We will have in the beginning, that's for day one. For day two, we'll have our closed business meeting that will be from 9:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the roundtable membership. And on that business meeting, we'll introduce our new sponsors and new members of the roundtable and action groups. We'll also review the first year of the National Academy's roundtable. This will be the first year anniversary on Black men and Black women in science, engineering, and medicine. And I'll provide a one-year anniversary report on the activities that have taken place. And I think that it's been an extraordinary year in terms of activities of the roundtable, and so I'll be providing a report on that at our business meeting. And then we'll have the reports of our action groups and a roundtable discussion and plans for our next steps. Then in the afternoon, we'll have our session 5 of our open session on program models and best practices, moderated by Dr. Valerie Lewis. And then we'll have our last session will be on leadership and organizational solutions, and we'll have a number of breakout rooms with moderators Dr. Laura Morgan Roberts, Monica Hall, the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. Again, thank you so much for being a part of the roundtable work. Dr. Orlando Curtin, Dr. Lynn Holden, Dr. Joan Reed, and Dr. Valerie Lewis will be moderating different rooms in the breakout rooms. And then finally, we'll have our report out from the breakout rooms, and then have our closing discussion remarks, and then adjourn our day. I want to just comment on this workshop. I've seen the workshop come from the trellis to the final product, and it truly is a really a great workshop, and with really great information. I really want to take the opportunity to thank the steering committee and the steering committee co-chairs for so carefully putting together a program that has so much information in a short period of over 2 days. And I look forward to seeing and participating in this very, very important workshop, and want to thank you for being a part of it. Now I will stop sharing.
Thank you, Dr. Lorenzo, and good morning. Welcome to our workshop today, and thank you for taking the time to join us. I am Dr. Randall Morgan, and I am proud to have been chosen to serve as a co-chair for the Mentoring and Advisory Committee of the National Academy for Science, Engineering, and Medicine Roundtable on Black men and women in science. It has been an awesome experience to serve in this capacity with my co-chair, Dr. Joan Reed, who will follow me this morning with her introductory remarks. It has been an absolute pleasure to serve with Dr. Reed and jointly develop the preliminary vision of this workshop as a large group learning exercise that emphasizes the need for progress and change in the more obscure portion of the pipeline that leads to successful and impactful careers in medicine and in science. Our action group that includes Dr. Orlando Curtin, Dr. Valerie Lewis, Monica Hall, Dr. Lynn Holden, Dr. McAllis Hogan, Wendy Yalowitz, and our staff support, Mr. Reginald Hayes, have worked tirelessly and collaboratively to develop the journey you all will be taking today. We thank Dr. Lorenzen and the other roundtable members for providing this opportunity. The title of the workshop is Mentoring and Advising of Black Students, and we will say professionals in science, engineering, medicine, beyond the degree. As is the custom of the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine, we will conduct a workshop that will present old information in a new way and develop new information that hopefully will change the success rate of Black men and women as they navigate careers in medicine and science after they obtain the MD, DO, and PhD degrees. Their experiences as residents, fellows, and postdoctoral scholars and scientists are often dependent upon the culture of the institution and the type of leaders that they encounter along the way. Our deliberations today will be published as the proceedings of this workshop. I predict that this will be an important document and reference as we focus upon improving mentoring, advising, and coaching of young scholars in the future. Today, with our first panel, we will begin to look at the current data that relates to the cohort of postgraduates in the fields of medicine and science. We will also learn about Black professionals in academia and industry and the pathway to leadership at all levels. Our panelists will share current data from both AAMC, the fields of engineering and science, and from other sources reflecting graduate education. The next panel will explore strategies to enhance the advancement and promotion of Black faculty through the eyes of senior leadership, namely presidents and deans of leading academic institutions that also represent diversity. After lunch, we will learn about the quality and effectiveness of the academic mentoring relationship simultaneously from the mentor and the mentee. Our last session today will provide the insight that scientists all need from the perspective of social scientists who will explore the mentoring, advising, and coaching strategies and the impact those interactions have on creating successful organizations. Tomorrow, the workshop begins at 1:15 p.m. with a look at program models and best practices, and then we'll conclude with an interactive experience with breakout rooms that will allow each attendee to measure how much you have learned. We will participate in the analysis of the case studies that illustrate the real world that mentors, mentees, and leaders at every level face on a daily basis. I would now like to introduce my co-chair, Dr. Joan Reed, who will add her perspective to the uniqueness and impact of this workshop. Dr. Reed is a professor of medicine and Dean of Diversity and Community Partnership at the Harvard Medical School. Good morning, Dr. Reed.
Good morning, and thank you, Dr. Morgan. It's been a pleasure working with you and bringing today's program to fruition. And good morning to all of you who are joining us for this two-day workshop. I also want to extend a hearty thank you to Dr. Lorenzen, the members of the Mentoring Advising Action Group of the Roundtable, and also to Reginald Hayes of the Academy, and a particular thanks for today's and tomorrow's speakers for giving of your time and your expertise. The Academy's 2018 Next Generation of Biomedical and Behavioral Science Researchers report, Breaking Through, recognized that multiple sectors involving intersecting systems must be engaged if we are to effectively address workforce issues in the sciences. Examples include government, education, industry, philanthropy, professional associations, and accreditation bodies. At the organizational level, this includes our academic medical centers, research enterprises, and business associations. And at the individual level, includes institutional leaders who set policy, control finances, allocate resources, determine strategic direction, and have the ability to hold units and people accountable. There are the individual actors within organizations who serve as the advisors, mentors, coaches, sponsors, and gatekeepers, and the individual Black women and men who attempt to traverse what is often a lonely career path, individuals attempting to transition from one level to another, seeking excellence with a desire to make meaningful contributions while addressing the challenging environments hampered by inadequate resources and narrow professional networks. These are the same Black men and women who are also giving their time and effort in looking back and helping those who are coming forward. The 2020 Academy reports promising practices for addressing the underrepresentation of women in science, engineering, medicine, opening doors, and the impacts of racism and bias on Black people pursuing careers in science, engineering, and medicine. Document bias, discrimination, and racism, experiences of harassment, marginalization, and microaggressions. This workshop acknowledges the past work of the Academy and provides a forum for further exploring the role of organizations and leaders, what does and does not work in mentoring, the value and importance of networks, coaches, and sponsors, best practices for organizations, and best practices of programs that have had tangible outcomes, and actions that should be considered for the future. The need to address the entry and success of Black women and men into medical and graduate studies is clear, but achieving entry and graduation is not adequate. We must complete the arc toward representation at all levels. To use a metaphor, having a seat at the table, but carrying this metaphor forward, having a voice at the table, setting the table, determining the agenda of the meeting, and inviting others to the table. Black men and women in science, engineering, and medicine are needed in leadership. And with that, I turn the program back to Dr. Morgan.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. Our first panel today is entitled Understanding the Current Status of Black Professionals in Academia and Industry. We have two speakers, and then we will have a Q&A session. Our first speaker is Norma Pole Hunter, PhD, Senior Director, Human Capital Initiatives, Deputy Director, Summer Medical and Dental Education Program, and Diversity Policy and Programs for the Association of American Medical Colleges. Dr. Pole Hunter.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the privilege to be with you here today to talk about this important data that really speaks to the urgency of why we're here together and the importance of this session. I'm going to share my screen now. I want to especially thank Drs. Holden and Reed and also Dr. Morgan for their invitation to today's presentation. Okay, can I have a thumbs up? Maybe Joan, if you can give me a thumbs up if you see the presentation. Okay, great, thank you. Okay. So the goal for today is really to review the statistics for Black physicians, faculty, and leaders at various stages of the transition from training to leadership. I want to say that this data I curated for the purposes of today's presentation, so that I do ask that it not be used outside of this presentation, but if you have requests, all this data is public. I'm very happy to help anyone who's participating access the data. Just feel free to email me. So as we go along the continuum from graduates to faculty, here we have some snapshots of what representation looks like, starting with medical school graduates in the class of 2018-2019, where 6.2% of individuals reported as Black and African American. Using ACGME data, we find that residents for the year of 2019 to 2020, 5.1% were reported as American Indian, Black African American. Active physicians, based on our ANC report facts and figures, 5% of all active physicians in the United States in 2018 were reported as African American, Black. And then if we look at full-time faculty, it's 3.6% based on ANC faculty roster data. So now I'm going to walk us through the actual faculty data, as I know one of the focal areas for this conversation is looking at faculty and leadership in academia. And so here we see for 2019 that the numbers here for Black African American faculty across the different ranks. And what I want to point out with ANC data in particular is that we see here that we have two numbers. So I just want to point out, if you see kind of like in the burgundy, we have over 6,500 faculty who identify as Black and African American. But if you look at the circle below, if we include individuals that are in combination with another race, that number increases slightly to over 7,000 faculty who identify as Black African American, either alone, meaning that they're solely identifying as Black, or in combination with another race. So that 7,000 number represents individuals who might be Black and Latino, Black and American Indian, or Black and Asian, Black and white, or in combination of multiple races. Here, when we break down the numbers by sex, we know that, as I mentioned before, that Black faculty represent 3.6% of full-time faculty at MD granting institutions. I have to note that I attempted to seek the data for our DO faculty. However, the numbers aren't as updated or as detailed in ACOM's website, but they do have some data. So if you do want to look at DO data, I recommend that you go to aacom.org for their faculty data. But you'll see here that Black women represent 2.1% of all full-time faculty of that 3.6%. So Black women represent the majority of Black faculty. And that majority specifically is 58.5% of all full-time Black faculty are Black women. And so back to earlier, Dr. Lorenz's opening remarks about the importance of Black men in medicine and that it is American crisis, we see that this crisis is revealed throughout the continuum. And so when we look by sex, we see that Black women represent 5.8% of all assistant professors. And as we see across all racial and ethnic groups, minority groups in particular that are underrepresented, the representation begins to decrease as we go up faculty ranks. So there's a lot of work to be done here. When we look specifically at male faculty by race ethnicity, we find that in 2010, this is a span of 10 years from 2010 to 2019, that we have Black African American male faculty represented by the green line. Unfortunately, you can't see it very well here because it's kind of buried under multiple race, Hispanic, and all the historically underrepresented groups kind of lay on top of each other. But what's most important from this, the key takeaway is that's most concerning is that despite the growth of medical schools, right, over the last 10, 15 years, what we see here is that the representation of Black male faculty amongst male faculty has remained unchanged over the last 10 years. So in 2010, you see here I've highlighted it was 3%. In 2019, it was also 3%. So again, despite the growth of medical schools, we do not see growth or any change at all. It's flat in terms of the number of Black male faculty. And that's the case all across. So it's 3% through the 10 years. When we look at the representation of Black women faculty, we see the same trend. It's basically a flat line. Here, the numbers are a little bit more differentiated because we have more women here that are represented across the board. So you can see again, the green line with the squares represent Black female faculty compared to other female faculty. And women faculty in 2010 represented 5% Black women of all female faculty. When we look again in 2019, still 5%. So really the work that you're doing here today is going to be really critical to really changing the course and trajectory from this point on. So in understanding what's happening, I pulled this data. We have an analysis and brief series at the association, and this is from 2014, so it's earlier data, but I thought it was very important in showing two key points. First of all, the trends over time with not only retention, but attrition. And we see here that Black African-American faculty as a whole are likely to leave sooner from academia, but also at much faster rates compared to other racial ethnic groups. In particular here, it's compared to white, Asian, and Latino faculty. Now, looking a little further along in terms of leadership, we have data for chairs across the United States. And so this is just kind of pulling some key statistics with regards specifically to African-American faculty who serve as chairs. So the total number of chairs in the United States you see here is over 3,000. Of that number, a total of 120 individuals serve as chairs in 2019. So Black faculty chairs represent 3.6% of all chairs. And so women represent the smaller number of chairs as you see here. So if we break it down by overall clinical chairs, which is shown by the stethoscope, represent 4% of all chairs. Black chairs represent 4% of all clinical chairs in clinical departments. And in the basic science departments, Black chairs represent 2.2%. When we look at deans across U.S. medical schools, MD granting institutions, we see that what's publicly available right now at the AMC is combining URM deans. And so URMDs represent African-American, Latino, and American Indian deans. And so if we look here over a 30-year trend, we find that in 1990, URM faculty deans were 6%. And at the time, there were none who were serving as interim or acting deans. When we moved 10 years later in 2000, we find that 9% of the deans are URM, and then we have an increase of interim and acting deans at 7%. In 2010, 10 years later, we see a significant jump in the number of URM deans who are serving in interim and acting roles. However, the number of permanent deans in a 10-year span only increases by 1%. And if we see here, the change is very concerning because there's a lot of jumps and decreases from 2010 to 2019, where we really have no change in the number of URM permanent deans, and we see a decrease in 10 years with some slight increase in 2014, but really in terms of the number of URM interim and acting deans at 16%. And so this tells us here that there are some opportunities, but we need to do a better job, especially of those individuals who are in the pipeline as interim deans and acting deans, to really help boost them and help support them to get to that next stage of attaining permanent status as deans. And so we have a pipeline that's built up of leaders, but they're not making it to that next step. So that data was really intended to really help kind of stimulate us, bring us to action, and really to think about how do we not only act, but act differently. Because based on what we know, mentoring sponsorship works. However, it's not working for everybody, or it's not accessible for everyone. Based on my experience at the AMC, we lead 2 key programs that focus on helping early and mid-career faculty in terms of understanding the factors to help them be successful in academia. And what we find is year in and year out, and this has been a 20-year plus program, that mentoring, access to mentoring is a big issue. And so my question to you all here, I know we're focusing on mentoring and advising, but how can we decrease the reliance on person-dependent solutions like mentoring and sponsorship? What are other strategies or other ways to infuse this kind of culture of mentoring in a systems-based way? So how can we create systems-based solutions rather than thinking about programs that solely focus on individual by individual? They're critical. They certainly are very critical, but what are some systems-based solutions that we could implement? How can we make information about the pathway of success from pre-faculty to professorship more transparent and accessible? Work led by Dr. J.P. Sanchez, he's now at the University of New Mexico, bringing together institutions from across the U.S. to form a national network called Building the Next Generation of Academic Physicians, introduces this concept of pre-faculty. So how do we focus on, especially when we're trying to increase the representation of Black faculty and other racial and ethnic minorities that are underrepresented, how do we attract them? How do we teach them about careers in medicine, in academic medicine? How do we prepare them as medical students, as residents, even as doctoral students? How do we give them the tools and information necessary, the playbook to get into academia? What are the attraction factors, and how do we need to think about fostering an inclusive and anti-racist institutional culture and climate, not only to help faculty thrive, but to attract the next generation of faculty? And another thing is I wanted to share, how can we apply practices that work at other points of the continuum? So for example, holistic review has shown significant promise in increasing diversity among the applicant pools to medical schools. Now, work led by Dr. Toy Blakely Harris, as well as Alicia Monroe at Baylor College, we've been collaborating with them and looking at how do we apply principles of holistic review to recruitment. So thank you so much. I look forward to continuing to talk to you about this important issue.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Pohl-Hunter. And I'm sure that we will have some very stimulating questions for you when we get to the Q&A. That was exactly what we needed to get started today. So thank you again. Our next speaker is Dr. Carl W. Reed, who is the Executive Director of the National Society of Black Engineers. And Dr. Reed will speak to us about the other non-medical side of science and how the mentoring challenges affect those scholars as well. Dr. Reed.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Morgan. Good morning, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be a part of this esteemed panel. I want to thank Dr. Reed Joan Reed, the other Reed, for her generous invitation, and for you who are here this morning. I also want to make a note to Dr. Pohl-Hunter that her presentation really does a good job of complementing mine, because her focus has been on sort of the professional ranks, but she ended the conversation with a series of questions that I hope to answer in the course of this presentation. And my focus really will be on the early phases of the pipeline. We can't produce medical professionals and faculty professionals if they're not proficient in math and science in the 4th grade and the 8th grade. In fact, if you are not proficient in math in the 4th grade, you're only 62% likely, you're 62% unlikely to be proficient in math by the 8th grade. And if you're not proficient in 8th grade, you're unlikely to have 12th grade calculus and be on that pathway. So I'd like to talk with you about the early stages of the pipeline. And I'm going to share my screen and walk through, and hopefully during the course of the Q&A, there may be some additional remarks that I can contribute to this broader conversation in the professional ranks as well. I want to say a quick word about the National Society of Black Engineers, and then really talk about some of the systemic challenge with regards to pipeline. If you're adhere to the NSF's language, they're kind of pulling away from the pipeline metaphor and really starting to talk about pathways. And then I want to answer some of Dr. Pohl-Hunter's questions about an achievement framework and how do we get those to scale, because addressing some of these matters systemically is really the key matters. I was a National Society of Black Engineers executive officer when I was an undergraduate at MIT going to my graduate years, and we were talking about these matters 30 years ago. Or over 30 years ago. And so it's really time to facilitate and foster systems change, dismantle the obstacles systemically. And engineers do that. We approach problems systemically. And what I'd like to offer you is some considerations in that regard. And so a quick note about NSBE, we are 45 years old, just under 22,000 members globally. Our membership largely is made up of the undergraduates at over 300 chapters at ABET accredited engineering colleges, of over 4,000 pre-collegiate members from these are 3rd to 12th graders at over 225 chapters, and they tend to be located in schools and community centers around the world. And then over 4,000 professionals. These are practicing technical professionals. Many of them are in the engineering, the medical profession as well. And as you can see the breakdown of the degrees that our undergraduates are studying, you could see, you can't see, but there is a growing interest in computer science and computer engineering as well. Little about kind of this pipeline. I was with UNCF, United Negro College Fund, and I charged the Patterson Research Institute with looking at how big the pipeline problem is, or the pathway problem is, and this kind of crisis that exists. If we're trying to get more students into college and into the professionals, it's really important to understand where they are falling out of the pathways. And so we looked at the 2010 census of white children 0 to 5 years old, and the cohort is 0 to 5. We looked at Latinx and we looked at African Americans. And as you could see here, that 85% of white children who start high school complete high school. 15% drop out. About 400,000 don't finish high school at the very bottom there, don't finish high school in their 4-year time. Of those, 67% enroll in college and 33% don't complete. And of those, 62% will graduate in 6 years. And so 38% will not graduate in 6 years, although many of them will come back and fill that. And so in the end, 35% of those in the cohort who would start high school would graduate in 10 years from college. For the Latinx population, that number drops to 27%. So just about 1 million of these young people would start high school, or so 750 would complete high school, and a significant numbers would sort of fall out that pipeline. For African Americans, it's even worse. It's only 16% of those who start high school complete high school in 10 years, to complete college in 10 years. And if you look at low-income communities, that number is about 10% of those from low-income communities. So we have a systemic problem that we have to address more holistically than just looking at just what happens at the collegiate ranks as well. Now, one of the things I'd like to look at is just sort of, again, the pathways. And the National Center for Educational Statistics produced this graphic some years ago that I very much like because it really looks at the challenges in STEM. So we looked at the overall pathways of high school into college, and now we look at just STEM. And they did this analysis. 4 million ninth graders started high school in 2001. By 2011, 10 years later, only 4% of those roughly earned degrees in science, technology, engineering, and math. And you could see there where the major drop-offs were. So for example, 1.3 million were college ready in the fall of 2005, but only 277,000 went into college majoring in STEM, and 60% of those overall graduated with degrees in 6 years. And so we've got to address this from a systems standpoint. I think the management expert, Sir Edward Deming, says that every system is perfectly designed to produce the results it gets. So in response, in order to change the results, we really have to address this from a systems standpoint. Now, I sat in on for African Americans, by the way, that 4% drops to 1% based on analysis my good colleague of mine, Chad Womack, did in Philadelphia. So I sat on an Association of Public Land Grant Universities NSF project, which looked at a snapshot of engineering degrees awarded at the bachelor's, master's, and PhD level, both by race, ethnicity, by state, by discipline. It's quite a comprehensive analysis that was done. And there was some good news in the report. This just shows over a 5-year period, the increases in degrees awarded by race and ethnicity in the United States at the bachelor's level. And so 42% increase in bachelor's degrees awarded in engineering between 2010 and 2015-16 academic years. For African Americans, slightly below the average at 35%. For Hispanic or Latinx population, 79%. And that's really where we're seeing the significant growth, by the way, in degrees awarded at the bachelor's level among underrepresented populations. It's in the Latinx community as well. But the report also said that only 3.9% of degrees that are awarded were awarded to African Americans in the United States. So though there is an increase, the denominator was small significantly. At the master's level, you could see the numbers are not that great. It's down to single-digit increases in degrees awarded in engineering at the master's level, 6%, compared to all others that was 37% on average. You can see, by the way, the multiracial numbers in both these charts were very, very high. And that's largely because I think the census began to kind of recognize the multiracial population, but the ends were very, very small, I think, as Dr. Paul Hunter pointed out as well. And the non-resident population is 74%, although more recently, with more recent policies, my guess is that number would drop if we were to produce another report, contemporary report. At the master's level, again, for African Americans, only 2.2% of the master's degrees were awarded among all degrees awarded in engineering. And then looking at the doctoral level, again, the numbers are not great, although better at the doctoral level in terms of increases than they were at the master's, which was single digit. For African Americans, 36% increase over that 5-year period. And yet the numbers the absolute numbers are still very small as a result of the overall population. 1.9% of all doctoral degrees awarded in engineering in 2015-16 were awarded to African Americans. In terms of gender, we've got another challenge. Roughly 21% thereabouts of all degrees, bachelor's degrees are awarded in engineering, awarded to women. So we're leaving a lot of talent on the table. We need to address this systemically. At the master's level, you could see that the numbers are picking up slightly. This is a chart that shows all master's degrees that are awarded in the United States by gender. That's the second bar there versus those that are awarded in engineering. And so you can see the disparities. It's a complete shift from all degrees are awarded and those are awarded in engineering. And then the bottom two chart shows the same for the bachelor's degrees for African Americans. And then it looks very similar for the Latinx population, the Hispanic Latinx population as well. So what does this all mean? And let me just kind of wind up my remarks by just talking about this whole, the broader topic is around mentoring and advising of African Americans. And one of the things we've discovered, and this is no surprise to those of you who are study social cognitive theory, that if you are an African American enrolled in engineering and you're part of the NSBE ecosystem, you are 10 times more likely to graduate than if you're an African American engineer and not part of our organization. And this is based on a smaller study that was done at an engineering college in the Midwest. But we've seen that this generally applies across the board. And why is that the case? Well, my dissertation was about Black males in higher education and looking at the effects of institutional integration, identity, and self-efficacy on their success, not failure, not dropouts, but success. And it was based on Albert Bandura's social cognitive theory, which talks about this triadic reciprocism, this relationship between the environment, the behavior, and personal factors in any environment. If you really want to change one's behavior or their performance and outcome, you can't just do that in isolation. You have to give attention to the signals that the environment says or the culture or climate, as well as the sense that the individual is making in and of themselves. But I made the case in my dissertation that one of the things that Albert Bandura missed is a sense of identity. It's the belief that what Dorothy Hollett said, it's the stories we tell ourselves in the world and our attempts to act in accordance to it. So the psychological social effects of the individual also affects one's behavior, also affects how they show up in the environment and the signals that environment sends and one's personal factors. And this is really why NSBE works so very well. And so the outcomes of my study and how we kind of carry forward our work to the point of when we think about mentoring, the importance of mentoring, it's giving attention to confidence or self-efficacy, that confidence that one could be successful is key. And the students who are most successful, and by the way, this applies in the workplace, are also confident in their abilities. They have better relationships vertically with faculty, or in the case of the workplace, their management. They have better relationships horizontally in their peers, so they're much more socially integrated on campus or in the workplace. And finally, they have a strong sense of who they are. They bring themselves into the workplace, or they bring themselves in the campus. And so what the research in social psychologists call an internalized racial identity. And you could take out, by the way, racial and import any other category in this. The last thing I'll just say is that we've worked with the Society of Women Engineers, Society of Hispanic Professional Engineers, and American Indian Science and Engineering Society to take the success that we've had at NSBE and scale it up across other racial and ethnic groups as well as gender, to create a coalition we call the 50K Coalition, to produce 50,000 diverse engineers annually, and work with partners like universities, engineering societies, and companies in a collective impact approach to doing that. And we're 4 years old, and we're looking to expand this from 60 institutions to 160 institutions over the next 3 years. Finally, I'll just kind of point out a resource. We've produced a retention toolkit in partnership with the American Society for Engineering Education on how to foster the success of underrepresented students in engineering at the university level based on 10 evidence-based strategies. And we've also published a book, Working Smarter, for students on their success. And then finally, we've worked with the Society of Women Engineers and other organizations to produce a focus on African American women in industry, in academia, and in undergraduate, in their undergraduate populations as well. And that's available on our website. So thank you so very much. I'll turn it back over to you, Dr. Randall.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reed. Those two presentations did fit very well together. And in that spirit, Dr. Pohl-Hunter, I would like to ask you to perhaps comment a bit on the presentation of Dr. Reed, just from the point of view of suggesting perhaps some solutions, as you had alluded to, outside of the statistical arena.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Morgan, and Dr. Reed, thank you for your presentation. It reminded me of my own dissertation where I also used Bandura's theory, social cognitive theory, because it really proved to be very practical, right, in terms of understanding how do you break down, how do you build individual self-efficacy. And what another part of the that I loved about the theory when I used it and looking at racial ethnic minority youth in the South Bronx in particular was that the theory shows that it really holds out despite whatever obstacles the individuals experience, right? It really helps them persist even in times of stress when they have this self-confidence. So I think that's what's important for our communities of color is that it doesn't go away once you build their self-confidence, and you build it through performance accomplishments. So what does that mean? Giving them the opportunity to actually demonstrate their skills and be successful. It's demonstrated through role modeling, right? Through emotional arousal that shows that they're getting positive reinforcement and feedback. So there are mechanisms that we could definitely replicate in our interventions at a systems level to really help Black young men and women to persist throughout, but also be successful. And so I do think that Bandura's theory really holds promise along the continuum in medicine and science.
Dr. Reed, thank you very much, Dr. Pohl-Hunter. I'm sorry. Dr. Reed, I wanted to ask with the NSBE organization and other types of mentoring opportunities, have you look specifically at attempting to develop academic engineers and what strategies may take place earlier to create that group?
Yeah, a couple of examples. Again, I will reference NSBE, but also MIT. I was the Associate Dean of Undergraduate Education at MIT and the Director of the Office of Minority Education. So before I answer your question about NSBE, I will just use an example with MIT. We just looked at the data and determined that we discovered that 92% of incoming underrepresented students at MIT wanted to go to graduate school. But when we looked at the data 5 years later, literally only a handful of two were enrolled at the master's or PhD level. And so we determined that it's something that happened over that 4-year period that discouraged them. And so we've kind of leveraged, again, the social cognitive theory, this institutional integration where you create this vertical connection and horizontal connection. So we started a program called the Laureates and Leaders. We created a cohort of freshmen and sophomores, 20 to 25 students from that pool that I talked about earlier that wanted to be interested in engineering and science. And we actually stayed with them for 3.5 years. We supported them, had meetings with them every single month on their projections. They made sure that they got research done. They had advisors. They went to GEM and graduate conferences, gave talks, et cetera, over those 4 years. It was modeled after the Ron McNair program, which is also kind of a cohort related model. And that program still goes on. We founded in 2006 and it continues at MIT. And so The model that is really key is this again, this vertical and horizontal connection. They became a cohort in and of themselves that encouraged themselves. They encouraged them to continue and to persist and persevere in the midst of certain challenges. And MIT's underrepresented minority representation at the graduate level jumped from about 5% to about 13% over the years as a result. So I will say that that's key. And yes, the answer is a long answer to a short question. Yes, we've partnered with the Academic and Research Leadership Network, ARLN, that was founded at Georgia Tech. And 2 years ago, we established that as an additional track for our annual convention. So our annual conventions attract 13 to 14,000. We now have an academic track for prospective engineers who want to go into academia with the Academic Research Leadership Network and their symposium. And we received an NSF grant to provide travel grants over the last 5 years to send about 50 early career faculty as well as postdocs and others to the conference to participate in this 2.5-day symposium. That's one of the examples that we created in order to create this pathway.
Thank you. Dr. Pohl-Hunter, there was a question in the chat early on about the difference in statistics for immigrant versus non-immigrant Blacks. I've seen that data before with WAMC. I'm not sure whether you're ready to comment on that today.
Sure, we do have the data disaggregated, but particularly for the pipeline. So thinking of applicants, matriculants, and graduates from MD granting institutions. And we do have it, not necessarily, we have US citizens in this particular, I don't know if the person's asking by disaggregating the specific African Black groups. So in this case at AMC, we would disaggregate by African American, which would be considered descendants of slaves in the United States, then Afro-Caribbean, so, individuals who identify as Black with Caribbean roots. And then we also have of African descent, from the continent of Africa. And then we have then a combination individuals who might report any combination of those groups. So we do have that data disaggregated, and I'm happy to follow up with any messages. With regards to via my email, with regards to faculty, we haven't presented that data disaggregated in that way, but that is potentially something we could do in the future.
Thank you. And Dr. Reed, is there any data that you can comment on about the basic sciences outside of engineering and progress to the doctoral degree and faculty representation? We know those numbers are small, but are there any trends that you might want to comment on?
I am not as familiar with basic the science. I do know that that the numbers are growing faster in science than it is in engineering, frankly. And I think that largely because what's been driving that is women in the life sciences in engineering. Oh, I'm sorry, among African Americans and others. We like to say that engineering is such a challenging field. It almost sort of it confronts you with your inability, I think, especially with math and particularly the way it's taught. It's taught and oftentimes without empathy as well. And so our focus really in terms of our hedgehog has really been on engineering. Because we feel that the engineering to some degree, and it's arguably we could challenge that, is the canary in the mine. I have some wonderful friends like Bobby Satcher and others who pursued medicine after their engineering degrees because it's a really good platform for the critical thinking, analytical reasoning, and problem solving that occurs. So unfortunately, I don't have the data on the broader STEM community on hand.
Well, thank you very much. This has been an enlightening session, and we want to end on time by thanking our two presenters, Dr. Paul Hunter and Dr. Reed, for answering exactly the challenge that we had for them and providing reference material for us and for our attendees. And hopefully we will be able to include that in our final document, because I think these new platforms and the structural changes that are necessary are really going to take the message of our session today. So thank you so much for your contribution. And at this time, I would like
Dr.
to
Morgan, before
introduce.
you turn it over,
Yes, sir.
Dr.
Yes.
Reed and Dr. Paul Hunter, we had two questions that unfortunately we didn't get to answer from the public. So are you comfortable with answering those via email and returning a response? Okay, thank you so much.
Yes.
Yes, sorry.
Yes.
Thank you both. Now I'd like to introduce for the next session, Dr. McAllis Hogan, who will be the moderator. Dr. Hogan is the Vice Chair of Education and Residency, the Program Director of the Department of Orthopedic Surgery, Senior Medical Director for Orthopedics and Musculoskeletal Services, Associate Professor, University of Pittsburgh Medical Center. And I will, full disclosure, say today that by my count, we have 4 orthopedic surgeons on this program today, and one of whom is an engineer as well. So I'm not saying, but I'm just saying, orthopedics, I think, stands quite high in terms of this roundtable. Thank you. Dr. McAllis Hogan.
No, thank you, Dr. Morgan. And also for full disclosure, Dr. Morgan did not acknowledge that he and Dr. Lorenzen have been mentors and sponsors for me since I was a medical student at Howard University. And so that speaks fully to what we are discussing today. So we have a very exciting panel and a very illustrious group and a lot of insights spanning science, engineering, and medicine for our next session. And our question today to the group and to this great panel is, how are presidents and deans helping advance faculty leadership and promotion, and Black faculty leadership and promotion in their respective institutions? And so we are going to start and get through all these talks and then have a great Q&A at the end. And our first speaker, Dr. George Q. Daly, who's MD, PhD, and the Dean of Faculty at Harvard Medical School, Professor of Medicine. And Dr. Daly, please take it from there. We greatly appreciate you being with us today.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Hogan. I really appreciate the opportunity to discuss some of the efforts we're making at Harvard Medical School to advance our goal of achieving a faculty that reflects the diversity of the patients we serve. And I am honored to have Professor Joan Reed as my partner and mentor. We are so privileged at Harvard to have such an expert and thought leader as Dr. Reed. It was late 2016, immediately after I was announced as dean, but before I started, when I chose diversity as one of my core priorities at Harvard Medical School. And in fact, now building a culture of diversity, inclusion, integrity, empowerment, it's actually central to our strategic plan. It's written into the strategic plan and written into our mission statement at Harvard. Now, to focus that effort, one of my first acts as dean was to constitute a task force on diversity and inclusion, and that was chaired by Dean Reed. And it was comprised of 36 administrators, staff, faculty, postdocs, students, and their charge included helping to cultivate an environment that promotes inclusiveness and collaboration among students, faculty, and staff. Now, the task force ultimately recommended a comprehensive plan, and the task force worked diligently. It held town halls, it conducted surveys, focus groups, made site visits, but the goal was, how do we convert Harvard Medical School to become an institution of preference for candidates from diverse backgrounds? And the task force ultimately settled on 4 key goals: developing people and infrastructure, building community and belonging, addressing culture and communication, and then holding us accountable and generating new knowledge. And these form the basis for what we are calling our Better Together strategy. Now, along the way, we made lots of announcements of elements of the progress. But in June 2020, we saw the release of the Comprehensive Task Force report. Now, that was coincidental. The timing, however, was all the more meaningful because it happened in the context of the national rallies against racism that we saw last spring and summer. It was a time, of course, where we had to recognize the challenges that we face as a society that aspires to justice and fairness, equal opportunity, but obviously which falls so woefully short. And the deep societal rifts that we've all been witnessing, we know are not going to be alleviated in one short campaign. So we at Harvard Medical School have been dedicated to a longer term struggle. Now, these days, I have to say, I am overwhelmed by what needs to be done. But some days I'm actually filled with hope and enthusiasm as I see the steps that we're taking. And so let me just share some of the progress. Now, in 2019, Dean Reed and I held a series of meetings with our affiliate hospital CEOs and the chiefs and chairs of all our departments. And we put on the table the grim realities of the lack of progress that we've made in representation in our faculty. And we challenged them to partner with us, both in recruiting and promoting and advancing URIM faculty. And I think our strategic partnership with our affiliates has actually begun to translate into a stronger and more diverse faculty. Now, Harvard has the largest faculty of any medical school. We have over 11,000, the majority of which are part of the affiliate hospitals. Most are instructors and assistant professors. Only 14% are associate professors, and only 11%, just over 1,300, are full professors. Between January of 2018 and September of 2020, we promoted 82 URIM faculty to assistant, associate, and full professor ranks at the school. 57 were promoted to assistant, 18 to associate, 7 to full professor. Now, these numbers are important because we have been working diligently to grow the ranks of URIM faculty, and these new appointments represent roughly a 9% increase. Now, I think those numbers are promising, but we need the progress to continue. And Dean Reed and I asked our department heads to focus on leadership opportunities. And I am very pleased to recognize that in the past year, we have seen 3 URIM faculty named to leadership positions at our affiliated hospitals. Dr. Nawal Noor, who is a MacArthur Genius Prize-winning advocate for women's reproductive health, has been named chief of the legendary Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology at the Brigham and Women's Hospital. Dr. Edred K. Rodriguez, continuing this theme of orthopedics, has been named chief of orthopedic surgery at the Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center. And Dr. Shoan Johnson Akju has been named chief of the Department of Anesthesia, Critical Care, and Pain Medicine at the Mass General. Just recently, we gathered together, as we have for the last couple of years, over a virtual dinner with our URIM faculty to celebrate these many promotions. And during that celebration, I moderated a panel discussion with those 3 inspiring leaders I just mentioned, and they shared their experiences with their colleagues and their peers. I think we build strength by coming together as a community, by building community within our community, and we support one another and we celebrate our successes. Harvard is also committed to supporting affinity groups, which just this year we recognized and have been working closely with a new Harvard Medical School Black Postdoctoral Association, as well as a new Black Staff Caucus. We've also embarked on an important initiative among our core basic science departments to expand the diversity of those scientists who are directly employed by Harvard Medical School. The quadrangle chairs came together. We reviewed together their recruitment experience for the last 10 years, the last 10 faculty searches. They noted that in each of those searches, there were excellent candidates from underrepresented backgrounds who came forth, but often were not hired because the searches were narrowly focused on very specific scientific subspecialties. So to counter that narrow focus on scientific fit, the chairs and I have launched a cluster hire, which allows us to search for and hire up to 4 faculty positions in one round of recruitment. Now, in addition to exceptional scholarship, we are seeking candidates who have a demonstrated commitment to our mission and community values that includes advancing diversity and inclusiveness. Now, we knew that we needed to ensure the largest possible pool of candidates for our cluster hire to be successful. And to date, we have received 680 applications, and I am in awe of the quality and depth of that candidate pool, which includes at least 130 who are URIN. Now, our efforts have also inspired our affiliates, as 2 affiliate hospitals have come forward indicating that they similarly hope to launch a search which will complement our efforts on the quad. Our Office for Faculty Affairs is making meaningful strides to recognize dedication to diversity and inclusion as part of the promotions process. We're developing a significant supporting activity and revising the Harvard CV template to reflect achievements in advancing diversity and anti-racism. These policies are going to provide us with a mechanism to recognize faculty achievements in advancing diversity, which is such a critical part of our mission. Additionally, we've been taking meaningful steps to make HMS a more reflective and inclusive campus. I established a committee on artwork and cultural representation, which has thoughtfully promoted a more inclusive climate on campus. We've unveiled several new public works of art, including an oil portrait of the groundbreaking bacteriologist William Augustus Hinton, who was Harvard University's first Black full professor, which now hangs alongside the portraits of the former deans and the founders of Harvard Medical School in the Waterhouse Room at Harvard. As an institution that is 238 years old, Harvard Medical School is steeped in history. We're proud of our accomplishments, but we also recognize and acknowledge our missteps. So that we could constructively evaluate our past, we've established some guiding principles that we can use to consider our history, our spaces, our artwork, and how we commemorate individuals across our campus. And we recently applied those principles to the name of one of our student societies, which had been named for the legendary physician educator Oliver Wendell Holmes. Now, Dr. Holmes was a complex and a flawed individual. Holmes was largely responsible for admitting the first Black students to Harvard Medical School in 1850, but he was also responsible for expelling those same students in 1851 after a group of their white classmates and faculty protested. Our student societies are aimed at being a home, an academic home for our students, to provide them with support and community. And after deliberation based on our guiding principles, we have recently renamed that student society in honor of Dr. Hinton. As scientists and physicians, we're constantly reviewing and critiquing to ensure we're making progress in our aspirations of social justice. We've established rules around providing safety for the discussion of the mistakes that we've made so that we can move forward and learn. To help ensure that the same values are explicit, we released a statement of mutual respect and public discourse at Harvard Medical School to frame and guide our discussions. We've been providing community safe spaces for dialogue. Just last week, colleagues across the medical school gathered to discuss how we can advance diversity, inclusion, and equity in clinical research. We've also had discussions around the experience of first-generation college students, of being other, discussions about the imposter syndrome and microaggressions. Finally, we've had great success in supporting faculty, training leaders through specialized fellowship programs. One example is the Commonwealth Fund Fellowship in Minority Health. This is a program that prepares physicians, particularly physicians from groups underrepresented in medicine, to become leaders who improve the health of disadvantaged and vulnerable populations through transforming healthcare delivery systems, and also providing innovation in policies, practices, and programs that address health equity and the social determinants of health. Notably, Dr. Nawal Noor, whom I mentioned previously, is a Commonwealth alumna. So just in finishing, I think it's critical for us to celebrate our diversity and to chart a course for improvement so that the Harvard Medical School community can nurture the best science, education, and service. We need to definitely remedy the pipeline. We need to remedy the pipeline problem in the biomedical and STEM sciences, interface better with our patients and our communities, and to reduce health disparities. Our faculty, which I've mentioned and discussed today, are the cornerstone of Harvard Medical School, and collectively we're dedicated to supporting and advancing our Black faculty. Dr. Hogan, I turn it back to you.
Dr. Daly, thank you for that, for launching our group discussion and panel. We will move forward, and we will ask Dr. Choi to start sharing his screen while we do the introduction. Excellent. So as a follow-up to the great work that Dr. Daly is mentioning that during Harvard, we have Dr. Augustine Choi, who will be speaking, who serves as the Dean of the School of Medicine at Cornell, as well as the Provost for Medical Affairs at Cornell University. Dr. Choi and I also share a past relationship in that he was here in Pittsburgh, and I also did my fellowship there in New York in special surgery, so it's always great to hear from Manhattan and the island of greatness. So please, Dr. Choi, please, you have the con, and we look forward to your comments.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hogan. I hope you can hear me okay, Dr. Hogan? Okay.
Yes, you're good.
Well, I want to thank you. I want to thank the organizing committee for the opportunity. This is such a critical topic, ensuring the advancement and promotion of Black faculty. And let me just screen share and the slideshow here. What happened here? Okay, can you hear me okay still? Okay.
Yeah, we hear you, man. We can see your slides. You're good to go.
Thank you. So advancing and promoting Black faculty, a brief outline. We will review quickly where we are while Cornell Medicine in terms of demographics. We'll focus on ongoing and developing strategies to move the needle. 1, enhancing the culture of equity and belonging. 2, strengthening the pipeline. Dean Daly mentioned the critical significance of this. 3, focus on faculty recruitment, where we are not there yet as a community. 4, optimize mentorship and career development of all faculty, and in regards to also underrepresented minority faculty. And 5, what we have done recently, which is really exciting, is engaging the board leadership and donors. So this is current data of Weill Cornell Medicine faculty by gender and ethnicity and race. So on the left, what you see is about 55% male faculty and 45% of our faculty are women. On the right panel, what we have is the following. The numbers are not as good as we want it to be, and this is our mission. So we have 64% Caucasian, 28% Asian, and 7% underrepresented minority. So in the last 4 or 5 years or so, we have focused and invested a lot of time, energy, and resources to really move the needle on faculty development at Weill Cornell Medicine. This is data from our faculty fact book comparing 2016 and 2020. On the left, you have total faculty. We grew most places about 16%. Importantly, in the underrepresented minority faculty, we've grown about 47% during the same time. In total numbers, 111 full-time faculty to now 163 full-time faculty of underrepresented minority, Latinx, and Black faculty. And on the right, we have also female faculty, where we've increased by 21% again. So this is a good start, and we like to continue to push the needle on these. if you break down our faculty diversity, underrepresented minority by rank in our new recruits the last 4 years, this is what you see. Primarily at the junior faculty level, instructor and especially assistant professor. Associate professor, we're trying to push the needle on that again. And professors, we went from 9 to 16 compared to 2016. So again, robust growth, but we like to move the needle at all ranks, at all seniority. And in terms of enhancing the culture of equity and belonging, you know, Weill Cornell, part of Cornell University, Ezra Cornell in 1865, termed a beautiful principles of Cornell University: any person, any study. And Weill Cornell Medical School, Weill Cornell Medicine, formed in 1898, we've had a strong culture, and we want to continue continue the momentum. So on the left, leadership, this is all about top down, bottom up, and peers in terms of culture of equity. We named a Senior Associate Dean of Diversity and Inclusion in 2018, Saeed Ibrahim on the top, and he sits on my Dean Leadership Council at the same table as my Senior Associate Dean for Clinical, Research, and Education. And then we have two Associate Deans, Lenny Golightly and Rashi Simmons, in the middle of the panel there. Lenny focuses on underrepresented minority faculty and issues, and Rashi Simmons for women. And then we have two assistant dean level, Joy Howell on the left and Marcus Lambert on the right. Joy focuses on the medical school and Marcus focuses on the graduate school. In terms of really enhancing the culture, we took a diversity week, which is April of every year, as all of you know. So we decided to just have the whole week devoted to diversity. We encouraged all department chairs to invite internal or outside to have your grand rounds or your weekly seminar series, if you're a basic science department, to focus on diversity issues, healthcare disparities, healthcare research, diversity issues, and research, and all the like. And it has been a tremendous success. For the whole week, we had more than 90 speakers. We've had 2 years in a row on this, and 43 events. And it also, what it did was beyond the seminars, it really united us even some more in this culture of equity and belonging during that week. On the right panel, the recent initiatives, we have begun a strategic planning campaign at Weill Cornell Medicine. We launched it at 2018. Our campaign is on a quiet period right now. We have an 8-year plan of really enhancing the academic standards, research, clinical, and education. Importantly, diversity during the strategic planning. We have rolled out and launched a very aggressive Dean's Diversity and Healthcare Disparity Research Awards, where we provide seed funds from medical students to residents to fellows and faculty, and they compete for these grants, and it's been very successful. We established an Office of Institutional Equity. What this is really an office of governance and to really intervene. We have many offices that advocacy groups or advocacy offices, as in Diversity Dean's Office and many other offices. But we felt that we needed an Office of Institutional Equity to really provide the governance and the way to intervene on these issues. We do not tolerate discrimination, hate, racism of any type. And so this Office of Institutional Equity has been launched and doing very well. Of course, the anti-bias training, we have mandated all of our faculty, staff, and students to complete the anti-bias training 101. Come January, we want to go to 102 using the Cornell University workshops and training. We have diversity champions. We have a senior leader from every department to meet on a monthly basis, led by our Diversity Dean's Office to be proactive in all the issues that we care about. And of course, Anti-Racism Task Force, we launched this during the summer months of this year, post George Floyd, to focus even some more on specific anti-racism issues. Strengthening the pipeline. We all know this makes a big difference in moving the pipeline. And it starts from middle school, high school, college, medical school, all the way up to faculty and academic leader. I put down some selected Weill Cornell programs. I won't have time to go in all of them, but we have robust programs starting in middle school, high school, led by a STEM Day, Catalyst program, Youth Scholars, and others. We have tremendous programs in college to medical school and graduate school transition. Travelers program, we just last year celebrated the 50th year of that robust program. Gateway program is focused on MD, PhD program, and others. Again, very robust pipeline programs as we go forward. We also launched last year a historic program. We felt that equity is what we're trying to achieve in our medical school, and we had to raise the funds, and I have to thank the donors and the board members of our Weill Cornell Medicine community. And once we had enough funds to ensure that this will be in perpetuity, lasting forever, that we introduced a debt-free scholarship program for all medical students who qualify for financial aid to cover all costs of attendance, not only tuition, but room and board, health insurance, and books. So this was a very robust program, very proud of this. And this program is only 1 year old, but we are already seeing a success of what we're trying to do. We're trying to achieve equity of all students. And for the incoming class last year, we had significant increase of underrepresented minority students. By that, I mean Latinx and Black students. We went from 21% to 29%, almost 30% of our Weill Cornell Medicine class of 2024 is underrepresented minority students. This program also helped in increasing the AAMC fee participants for the application process. We have more graduates of public universities, and we have other metrics we are following. And this is after 1 year. And we also, they get admitted to Weill Cornell Medicine not because of the scores on papers only, but we did not see any change in MCAT scores of GPAs. So this is after only 1 year, and we anticipate that we'll see further successes out of this program. In terms of medical school, graduate school, transition to residency and postdoctoral fellowship, and of course the faculty, we have exploring and also launching new programs in terms of helping transition Weill Cornell medical students to residencies. We're working very closely with a hospital partner, New York Presbyterian, in that we have a retainer program for Weill Cornell postdoc fellows and faculty. This is new, and we're trying to launch that formally very soon. We have strong partnership with CUNY Hunter College. We want to, a big part of our partnership of our CTSC is with Hunter College. Very proud of that. We're trying to deepen the linkages and expand our partnership with Hunter College. And we are now, we've been planning for about 18 months or so, a new relationship with historically Black Medical College. We are exploring several opportunities on that and hope to launch it next year. Faculty recruitment. This is an area that we all need to get better. Of course, we have highest priority for diversity in recruitment as a marker of institutional excellence. We believe that diversity is powerful and it breeds excellence. Ensuring that a commitment to diversity is built into the search committee policies. We have that. We want to minimize any leakage of that tenet. And we're developing strong programs to support departments in recruiting diverse faculty. Mentoring and faculty development goes hand in hand of all of our faculty, but especially for also underrepresented minority and diverse faculty. We established Mentoring Academy Council 2 years ago to foster mentorship and sponsorship across all career paths for our faculty. We've launched Jumpstart Research Career Development, giving seed funds to help faculty to on a difficult, sometimes a difficult transition between fellowship to faculty status and into independent scientists. And we also have launched for a number of years now and relaunched it again, research assistance for primary parents to provide technical assistance, hiring technicians to faculty members who are primary caretakers of a child. Lastly, I mentioned that we are engaging the board leadership and donors. We are very proud to now have a board special committee on equity and diversity and inclusion. It was passed by a board of trustees at Cornell University a few months ago this year. And we charged this board to really advance the initiatives and programs in equity, diversity, and inclusion at Weill Cornell and delivery of healthcare. We have students and to really focus on students and employees, community outreach in Manhattan, Bronx, Queens, and Brooklyn, population health science research and health equity. We knew this before COVID, but during COVID, it unearthed the significant healthcare disparities among our underrepresented minority population, fostering cross-campus and institutional relationship between Cornell University and Cornell Tech and Weill Cornell Medicine. And importantly, resources don't solve all issues, but we have really charged the board to engage in philanthropy engagement, which is off to a great start. So very proud of this program. Lastly, this is sort of a dashboard of our diversity and social justice ecosystem. We have strong programs at the medical school with task forces led by students and our education deans. At our graduate school, social justice, anti-racism task force. We have the Office of Diversity and Inclusion led by senior associate deans I mentioned about. We have Diversity Council that's supervised by the Office of Diversity Inclusion. I just mentioned to you the new Office of Institutional Equity, in our office that reports directly to the dean to have governance and to intervene to achieve our equity. And I established the dean's monthly end pieces of meetings where all the department chairs, clinical, basic, and center directors get in a Zoom meeting and myself, and we review the updates and discuss proactive programs that we can launch. And I just told you about the board special committee on equity, diversity, and inclusion. So again, I end my presentation here. We want to continue to move the needle as a society, and thank you so much for the opportunity to present what we are trying to do at Weill Cornell Medicine to contribute to this very critical area. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Choi. So we are going to a great talk of the work going on at Cornell. We definitely have a few questions in the chat room. We are going to move forward and make sure we answer those toward the end. And Reggie, please keep us close on that. We're going to move forward to Dr. Gilda Berabino on the agenda, who serves as the president and professor of biomedical and chemical engineering at Olin College of Engineering. Again, a great connection and relationship in that we are both alumni of Xavier University of Louisiana, as they say, to be a Xavierite. And I always remind everyone too that my brother is a chemical engineer who's 10 years older than me. And obviously I chose that lighter path due to the challenges there. So I'm very excited to hear from President Gilda Berabino about the great work and the gaps that we want to fill in the engineering space through these efforts and discussions. Please, President Berabino.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hogan. I am so pleased and honored to be part of this astute group and this workshop and the roundtable. I'd like to share my screen.
Great, we see your screen, yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
You're good to go.
Great, thank you. So I'd like to speak broadly on the topic of ensuring the advancement and promotion of Black faculty. And I'm going to give my comments from the perspective of Black faculty in science and engineering. However, the experiences of Black faculty in the academy have striking similarities across all fields. And as I give my comments, you're going to see that there's a lot of resonance and alignment with what you've heard already. While Blacks make up 13% of the US population, we account for a mere 5% of faculty across all disciplines and a mere 4% of new PhDs in science and engineering. This underrepresentation threatens the health and well-being of the nation, and is persistent despite years-long interventions such as preparing future faculty programs, postdoctoral fellows en route to faculty positions, visiting professorships, opportunity hires, and professional development programs. There are a myriad of reasons for the lack of progress in advancing the careers of Black faculty. And I'd like to draw attention to social organizational factors in particular. That is those that are institutional, environmental, and structural. They're deeply embedded and too often overlooked. The system needs to change. And we can start by challenging assumptions, also known as myths. The assumption that talent is not available is false. While our numbers are low, the numbers of new PhDs don't proportionally translate to higher numbers of faculty. And career progression is limited by structural impediments that waste talent. The idea that hard work and dedication always ensures that you'll get what you deserve is a myth, as many Black faculty and leaders can attest to. It's also damaging in that holding on to the myth of meritocracy can actually perpetuate inequities, reinforce privilege, and provide a convenient excuse to hide behind for biased and unfair behavior. And the assumption that inclusion is automatically accompanying diversity is false. Progress in addressing individual and systemic racism that undergirds the structural impediments will not be made without both. I posit that real change will require inclusive environments in which Black faculty and all members of the community can thrive. Ways to ensure an inclusive culture include acceptance of the authenticity of the message. That is, being able to hear and believe those who are affected and involve them in the crafting of solutions. We need open dialogue that's followed by meaningful action. Many times we know what to do, just need to do it. We're past the time for rhetoric, and we must take action. Equitable adherence to policies and practices. Even when fair policies and practices are in place for Blacks and other marginalized groups, they're not always applied equitably. Recognition of contributions. Scholarly contributions must be recognized along with the behind the scenes work carried out to uplift departments and institutions over and above disciplinary work, sometimes referred to as a cultural tax, when Black faculty and others from marginalized groups are burdened with the majority of the work that's done to increase diversity and inclusion and create these environments. We also need cultural competence. It's a really deep respect for cultures and creating environments such that individuals can bring their whole and true selves and maintain deserved respect. And proactive stance on righting the wrongs. It is incumbent upon leaders and all members of the community to speak out and act on injustices and inequities such that they will be eliminated. So in creating inclusive environments, there are lots of lessons that can be learned from historically Black colleges and universities, or HBCUs. And I'll use my alma mater, Xavier University of Louisiana, as an example. And as you heard, Dr. Hogan is also an alum. Xavier has rightly been described as a place that nurtures its students and feeds their souls. It's a place where you're not faced with having to prove yourself over and over again. You're not faced with lowered expectations or exclusion. Rather, a place where you're embraced and celebrated for who you are and for your full authentic self, and you are expected to succeed. Xavier, like other HBCUs, creates an environment where all can develop a sense of belonging and of being valued and supported, where alignment of professional identity and racial identity go hand in hand and are assured. I'd like to speak to socialization into the profession, which is critical for career advancement. That is understanding the ways of practicing, understanding unwritten rules and norms, understanding how to navigate the system. As you can imagine, this requires coaching from those who are already in the system. My colleague, Cheryl Lagon, a social scientist, and I led a research-driven project to uncover factors impacting the careers of minority women in academic engineering. Our project also provided networking and professional development opportunities. We used a cross-disciplinary approach where we were combining engineering and science with social science to better understand these factors and support women's careers. There were a number of lessons learned in our project, among them, the importance of mentors, sponsors, and champions, the importance of communalism, which we refer to as a free exchange of ideas with members of the scientific community, the importance of community and community building, creating a sense of belonging. We also noted the importance of contextual and longitudinal data, specifically looking at data that's disaggregated by race and ethnicity and gender. Beyond socialization, there are a number of strategies that can be effective in promoting career advancement and leadership. We've talked about this earlier, but I'll mention it again, recognition. Also informed and culturally competent faculty and administrators. We need new models and styles of mentoring and advocacy that are based on effective and tailored strategies. There is no one size that fits all. And in fact, we should think about that leaders who are not of color often make assumptions about whether or not the person who doesn't look like them has been afforded the same networking and mentoring opportunities to advance their careers. They and all leaders must be open to learning and acting in ways that are supportive. There is benefit to same race and same gender mentoring, but of course, you know, with the dearth of faculty of color, the dearth of women faculty in many situations, that's not always possible. We don't necessarily have to have mentors from the same background, but we do have to have mentors and advocates who understand the experiences. And we need leaders who can all be held accountable, holding themselves accountable as well as others in their organizations. We need adjusted evaluation and reward systems. We need to recognize activities that support the advancement of diverse groups. And we need restructured environments that will ensure inclusivity, provide a supportive community for progression, and functional mentoring, networking, and collaboration. While we're doing that, we should recognize that there are many unfair challenges that Black faculty have to navigate at the intersection of competence and authority, like unfair challenges to their competence and authority. We need to recognize that Black faculty are often hyper-visible and invisible at the same time. Hyper when it comes to service, invisible sometimes when it comes to recognition and inclusion in collaborations or having their work cited. We should also think about a concept that's called pet to threat. Keisha Thomas described this phenomena where junior faculty of color in particular may be embraced when they're first hired, given development opportunities, but they're seen as tokens. Sometimes they're over-recognized and encouraged, even if their merit's not recognized. But then as that faculty member starts to excel and is perceived as upsetting the status quo by outperforming majority colleagues, now they're seen as a threat and seen as undeserving of the rewards or success. Their competence is often met with hostility and they're made to feel unwelcome. And of course, this impedes progress. So successful career advancement is attainable when these and other strategies that address social organizational factors are addressed. I'd like to end my presentation by noting that Black talent abounds, as exemplified here. Here are two of my PhD graduates. Also to the right are colleagues of mine who I served with in academic administration. And finally, being recognized by my alma mater, Xavier University of Louisiana, with an honorary degree. I will say that to everyone, current and future Black leaders are ready. I invite everyone to join us. Thank you. I'll turn it back to Dr. Hogan.
Thanks so much, President Barbino. That was a great talk and really spoke to the spectrum of this topic and how it spans across the environments of science, engineering, and medicine, and particularly the comment of hypervisible and invisible at the same time. That was impactful and speaks to a core of many of these discussions. We have a number of questions and some time to answer those questions before we go to our break for lunch. And so, Reggie, if it is all right with you, I was going to read the few that I could see and in an effort not to miss those, and I'll add a few myself. Is that all right?
Oh, that's fine.
Great. There was, for Dr. Choi, he's already answered, he was active in the chat room, which we appreciate. There was a question regarding a comment regarding the MARC Scholars Program. And for those who are not directly familiar with the acronym, the Minority Access to Research Careers Program, which really has served as a pipeline program and developmental program funded by NIH for a number of decades now, myself being a prior MARC scholar at Xavier. But the comment from Brooklyn College was, however well prepared our students are, 70% Black, 3% Latino, they haven't been accepted into PhD programs, specifically in this scenario, referencing Weill Cornell. Despite their undergraduate research, they are often advised to do a post-bac program. And can you please advise? Dr. Choi provided a response, and I'll give him a chance to mention his plan here. But it also, one thing I'll ask to speak to that comment of a post-bac that is often recommended to minority students, other students as well, but particularly likely at a higher rate to minority Black and Latino students. Dr. Choi, would you like to answer on that?
Yeah, well, thank you so much. Well, the MARC program is a great program. I'll look into Brooklyn College. I can say that our PhD program here, we have about 32% underrepresented minority PhD students. We'd like to do a bit better, but it's pretty robust. So Alejandra Myerston, I will get your name down. I've written down, and I'll look into at Brooklyn College. But you know that seems a bit odd to me because we are very aggressive using the MARC program at all of the colleges around this area. So I'll get back to you. But a great program, Mark. Dr. Hogan wasn't aware that you were a byproduct of MARC's program. And, you know, these pipeline programs really work, whether it's access programs, travelers, gateway that we have. It really, and those are endowed programs that will go on for a long time. So again, I'll get back to you on that.
Thank you. One question I would like to pose to the group, and I'll give Dr. Daly a chance to respond to this, is what do you see as the main challenges to promotion? We've definitely talked about the many programs being put in place, and I applaud all the institutions here who have been doing this before, or working toward this before it was became more recently taboo and a hot topic, but really trying to lay a framework that you could tie into now. But what do you see as the major challenges to promotion to Black and Latino faculty? And specifically, how do you feel those hurdles can be surpassed?
Yeah, let me address some of the issues. You know, retention and promotion is a broad problem in academic medicine. It's just getting more and more difficult for all of our faculty, and we see it across a spectrum of. We have a disproportionate loss of female faculty, and we've been particularly concerned about the leakage along the promotion path for faculty of color. I think we're starting to realize and recognize that we actually need targeted sponsorship programs. It's not enough to just be mentors. We actually have to identify those individuals that we see as future leaders and really target unique and empowering support to those individuals. Dean Reed has done a remarkable job with this Commonwealth Fellows program, which takes some of our most outstanding postdocs and those just in the transition to assistant professor and provides them with unique support and mentorship. I think we are learning as a community that mentorship doesn't mean colorblind mentorship. It means targeted, unique strategies for supporting the needs of the scholars in our community. We have taken an effort to actually train a number of our leaders in mentorship, and those are going to be the trainers of the trainers. We're going to actually have very, very broad mentorship training programs that'll go beyond the classic training and just implicit bias, but will actually speak to the unique needs of our Black faculty. The other aspect that I mentioned in my remarks is just building community within community. We have over 600 faculty of color in the Harvard system. That is the largest faculty of color by at least twofold across the country. But it's because we have the largest faculty. And what we really need to do is just continue to increase the representation. We know that in our community, in Boston, may not always be the most friendly environment to make folks feel like they belong. So I think it's especially important for us to create that safe haven community within the community by bringing our physicians and our other scientific scholars of color together so that we can all recognize their unique place in what is otherwise a remarkably dynamic community of physicians and scholars.
Thank you. Dr. Barabino, your comments on the challenges that you see for Black faculty promotion, please.
Sure. What I like to point to, Dr. Daly did a great job with what he described, but there are a lot of things that are invisible, but they're accumulated and they have a similar impact, even if they're not visible. And I'm talking about things like biases and slights that, like I mentioned, the challenge to authority, the not being included in collaborations. Quiet stuff that's not seen goes unnoticed and unnamed. It's a real obstacle for us to not be able to make those kinds of things more visible, whether they're quantifiable or not. They need to be made visible so we can talk about them. How criteria get set up? Who's setting up the criteria for success? What constitutes having the right package for promotion or not? The subjectivity that goes into evaluations doesn't get talked about. So that kind of thing, that it's cumulative, it happens over time, they wear people down, they never get named, but yet they're holding people back. So what's holding the individual back, but also this, and things that are related to individual behaviors, like someone acting on their biases, but also how all that comes together in ways that keep people, well, and also keeps them silent. They're afraid to speak out. So even when they're courageous leaders, such as the deans who are sharing with us now, that doesn't always translate. That doesn't always get heard and then put into action by those who are making decisions. So it's not just those leaders, it's where the action is happening in departments and with peers, like those who are deciding to collaborate or not. So that collective body of behaviors, I think, need to be looked at as well when we look at obstacles.
And Dr. Barabino, since we are on you, the audience is actually requesting that you recapitulate the term that describes a Black faculty who excels and threatens the majority leadership. What was the term you identified it as?
It was called pet to threat.
I love it.
It's
I might
real.
also, yeah, I might address something that Gilda said, which is, how do you have a system that recognizes microaggressions and slights and provides for not just feedback, but remediation? We did something a couple of years ago, which, though not directly targeted for anti-racism, but has had the beneficial effect of improving our overall culture. We recognized through our graduate questionnaires that our medical students were suffering a lot of mistreatment. We could break that down, and there was clearly mistreatment based on racism and other aspects, but it was mistreatment more generally. And I might add, for the surgeons among you, the mistreatment was much worse in the surgical subspecialties than most of them, and that has to do with the culture of surgery. So we instituted something called a learning environment review. And we did this very broadly, and it involves interrogations of the students reporting anonymously their experiences in their clinical clerkships. And then we aggregate these data and we provided it back to all of the departments. And it turns out the departments were aghast to realize that they were performing and behaving relatively poorly. And we showed their behavior amongst the different affiliates, and the affiliates are all competitive and they all want to do better. And what we have seen over the last 2+ years is a slow uptick in the improved reporting from our students. They're seeing less mistreatment, and we are getting back to the faculty. We're telling them, we're giving them feedback, and we're helping to correct them. This not only involves our feedback, but it involves empowering each of us in the community to call out when we witness microaggressions, when we witness racist behavior. And we do it in a way, we think we learned about it from patient safety and quality improvement. You can't do it in a judgmental way which shames. You've got to make it part of just the fabric of how we communicate. Think of it as like a morbidity and mortality report for racism. We need to be able to recognize our mistakes, but have a blame-free sort of culture of continuous improvement. And I think we can do that, and I hope it will translate into a better climate over time.
Great. Dr. Choi, any comments on that before I launch another question from the panel group, please?
Yeah, I mean, it takes a village, and I think Dean Daly and President Barabino mentioned all the things it takes, mentoring, sponsorship, top-down, bottom-up, peers, colorblind, and also seeing color. I think that's important, and going forward. So, oftentimes I get asked, well, Dr. Cho, what's your metrics of success beyond the numbers? And to me, one intangible metric of success is we got to achieve to a point that when you see microaggressions or racist or hatred behavior, it has to go to a level of intolerance that we view child abuse. If you see child abuse in the emergency department, it's a law now. You go to jail if you don't report it, right? When you see physical harassment, sexual harassment, academic harassment, people will take report, I hope. When you see bad mentoring, we're not there yet, just mentoring. But I think when it comes to racism and these issues, we got to go beyond the stakeholders that the community does not tolerate when they see microaggressions. I mean, when you're rounding as on the team in the hospital wards where they're attending to a fellow, 3 residents and 3 interns and 2 medical students, if anyone sees microaggressions during the clinical rotations, we have the responsibility to get that issue to the right place and not look the other way. We don't do that for other malfeasance, whether it's physical harassment, mental harassment, and all that. So we as a community, we're not there yet, but I think everyone here, when all of the presentations I've seen, is gearing towards that. And that's, I think, quite important.
Well, great. We're going to use a little bit of this time to kind of keep this. I don't want to lose the moment of this discussion of mentorship and sponsorship in these settings. And the next question I have for you guys, and we'll start with President Berabino to respond to it. When there was a question in the panel, in the chat, in regards to non-medical school environments, non-hospital environments, and I wanted to, and how we can continue to foster in that space. And the reason I mentioned that is when we think about science, right, and development, and quite frankly, one of the reasons I know a lot of my friends and colleagues from both HBCUs did not get PhDs or go down the graduate school tunnel is because they saw the abyss. Let's just be very candid here, that some students went into that they never came out of it. And when they actually left it, it was to leave the university or the institution and hope for a job in industry. And so what I would say, and President Berabino, you can start, how do we, that is similar to the challenge in the hospital setting in the wards. How do we address that? Because you can't get to the point of mentoring and sponsoring faculty if you actually can't get them to that point, and then how we go forward. So thoughts on that, President Berabino, and then Dean Daly and Choi, please.
Sure, and that's one of the reasons why I started by focusing on the environment. It's not that something's wrong with the people who want to join us. It's something wrong with the environments in which we are training. And I think that if we can focus on the idea that create a place where people can feel like they belong in that environment, belong to the profession. Think about this. And you heard one of our earlier speakers too talk about how many start out with the desire to go into a given field. And then after the studies, that the pre-college studies, or even in college before the graduate or professional studies, they're out. Like, no, I don't want to do this anymore. Because we pushed them out. Many people start out, particularly women and people of color, start out with a desire to go into medicine, to go into science, to go into engineering, because they want to get back to their communities. We should make it such that we show them how they can do that, and we provide an environment for them to do that and do that well so that they can excel. So I think that's matching up the goals, the needs, what people have for career goals, and an environment that allows them to meet that will really make a difference. Because again, we're pushing people out instead of making sure that they're in. We're serving as gatekeepers, as opposed to saying, come in, you are welcome here, you have the skills, and we're gonna make sure that you thrive and succeed. So I'm gonna push back and put the emphasis again on these environments. And it's still back to people, because who's creating the environments but the people? So having them understand what it is that they're doing, the kinds of behaviors that push people out. Sometimes it's as simple as how underrepresented minorities can be discouraged. It's as simple as a sentence like, oh, I don't think you'll make it, or not making eye contact in a classroom. Those kinds of behaviors send messages. The messages that people see when they look at the environment they're joining, they don't see anybody who looks like them, or the public media, or even the way schools represent themselves. All of that messaging also serves to tell certain people, you don't really belong here. So if we work on that, I think we can make sure that people have a better chance of having the opportunities, because many times it is an opportunity gap and not a talent gap.
Thank you. Great comments. Dean Daly?
Well, I think this is really key. And, it's hard enough. Medicine has gotten, and STEM fields in general have gotten a bad reputation. They're hard. It's a toil and travail to get through medical school and all of the clinical training. We have seen and faced tremendous headwinds in science because of the loss of funding, the general stagnation in funding. It's gotten a little bit better at the NIH over the last couple of years, but it's still not back to where it could be. And so, why wouldn't it be challenging? We've got to do things to make careers in science and medicine much more appealing. I mean, for everyone, but in particular, for those communities that are already underrepresented. And I just want to follow up on President Berabino's point. And can I just say, I love that. I love to be able to say President Barabino. I mean, Gilda and I, we've been working as co-chairs for the public engagement group of the roundtable since she was a mere dean. And now that she's president, I just love that. Anyway, you know, what you know, President says is that, you know, we've got to have role models so that people who are in, you know, are facing these incredibly challenging fields look up and say, oh my gosh, I see myself in this outstanding leader. And that's why I'm so pleased that the Harvard community has seen fit to elevate 3 outstanding leaders in our community. That's why I'm so hopeful that our cluster hire is going to yield outstanding scholars, scientists that come from communities of color, because we've got to have role models so that people see themselves as successful in the future.
Dr. Choi, and then we're going to have one more question comment, please.
Sure. You know, everything that Dean Daly and President Barabino stated, the environment, the whole thing, for me is, you know, Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Belonging. You know, those, some people say, well, you can't get to belonging before you finish off diversity inclusion. No, you got to continue to press the needle. So we need to achieve belonging. And as a community, we're not there yet. You know, diversity inclusion is basically, to me, checking off the boxes, making sure your statistics look good and you feel good about yourself. But the sense of belonging that President Barabino said, that is so critical. Because what does that mean? It means that we value what you say. We value your leadership. You will help us make the changes to get better. The diversity and inclusion is diversity and inclusion, which is important. So I tell my team here, we at our office, as robust it is, it's called the Office of Diversity and Inclusion. And my new senior associate dean said, well, how about belong? I said, we're not there yet. We don't want to overpromise. You know, we want to overperform, but we don't overpromise. Our goal is to get there. So inclusion is so important. I mean, belonging to. Lastly is culture. You know, to me, when I had a slide of culture of equity, culture is powerful. You know, power, money, all that comes and goes, but culture never comes and goes, right? This is what culture is so important. And we got to get to the culture of equity and all the approaches that we've been discussing here. So, you know, I'll end by, in terms of leadership and role models, I totally agree. You know, when I named the senior associate dean Said Ibrahim to sit on my Dean Leadership Council with the other deans of clinical research and education, yeah, I got a few good emails. When I appointed Kevin Holcomb, terrific director of director of GYN oncology, to be director of admission at Weill Cornell Medicine, people came to me and said, wow, this is what belonging is. Because what we're saying is that, you know, all the leaders and role models of brown people, that they don't have to be only in the Office of Diversity and Inclusion and Belonging. So Kevin Holcomb, and then the co-director is Jessica Pena, a Weill Cornell alum who is a Latinx. So, you know, again, they were the best people. That's the point I'm trying to say. They were the best people. So, you know, I think we have touched on all, it takes a village, you know, mentoring, sponsorship, environment, culture, all the topics that we talked about today. So very important.
Well, I want to take the time here and thank the panel. I want to give the floor back, since we have a few extra minutes prior to the lunch hour, break hour. I want to give the floor to Drs. Morgan and Reed. I want to thank Dr. Dean Daly, Dean Choi, President Barabino, and also give an opportunity for my chairs and leaders, Dr. Morgan and Dr. Reed, to add any additional comments or questions they would like before the lunch break period. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Hogan. Dr. Reed, ladies first, always.
Right. Thank you very much. I just want to say this has just been, for me, exciting. We began with looking at some of the data, which we sort of knew, but I think we need to be grounded in evidence and understanding where we are, where we need to go. And then to hear from the leaders and their deep commitment, and to understand that we are at a time where we have moved from just words. And for all too long, what we heard were the words around the importance of diversity. And then sort of maybe the importance of diversity and inclusion. Belonging is a whole new part. But they were words, and we had no actions to go along with it. And now we're seeing the actions to go along with it. But what I'm also witnessing with this is the growth of our leaders. The growth of our leaders in their awareness of where they stand and where their institutions stand and the journey that they need to take. And so I am heartened by this. I've heard so many wonderful ideas to carry this work forward and hear the clear message of intentionality, of transparency, of holding holding ourselves accountable for real change and not settling on where we've been for so very, very long. We should not be, for many of us who have joined this session today, we've been involved in these conversations for many, many years. And we don't need to repeat the same conversation. We need to be moving it forward. Dr. Morgan?
Well, thank you. Dr. Reed and I have had many discussions about this workshop before it actually took place. And we both agreed that the workshop should not be a view or discussion of the entire pipeline from entry level to undergraduate through medical school and on through career development. And I think this robust discussion over the past hour and 15 minutes proves the necessity to focus on just this particular element, because this, of course, could go on for another 2 or 3 hours. But I think those of us who have had history in academic institutions and have made it through our careers have realized that there are 1 or 2 individuals or 1 or 2 organizations that have stood out and made it possible for us as African Americans to get from point A to point B to point C. So I think that the importance of creating that environment and the environment in which people can belong, not in an artificial way, but in a very natural way, is extremely important. I think we've heard ideas about the historically Black colleges and universities, both at the undergraduate level and at the graduate level, I think, which are extremely important for the same reason. There's enough stress in matriculating through medicine and STEM without having to deal with microaggressions and having to deal with the sort of hostilities that sometimes our students have to. And so I feel that we have accomplished our goal in this first part of our workshop. I look forward to the next sessions after our lunch. And I'd like again to thank Dr. Hogan for an excellent job as the moderator. It was no accident that Dr. Hogan was asked to be the moderator for this panel because he is very involved in this on a day-to-day basis and has a lot of investment. And certainly Dean Daly and President Barbino and Dean Choi have stimulated us immensely. I've taken plenty of notes here and look forward to the sessions after lunch. So Reggie or Dr. Lorenzen, how do we go to lunch?
Well, we weren't scheduled until 12:15, but we can be gracious and give everybody an additional 15 minutes and return at 12:45 if that's your desire. Or we can go and take some more questions while we can hold our panelists captive. No, I'm just joking.
I think we're going to break, take an extra 15.
I think we're going
Okay, it's at your discretion. So the co-chairs and the committee are being gracious, and everyone, we will resume the workshop at 12:45. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Oh, that's great.
Hi there.
Hi.
Do you have any requests or anything you need from me?
I don't think so.
Okay. Hi, Dr. Blake Beard.
Hey there, how are you?
I'm well, thanks. Thank you for joining us. We're still at lunch, so you have roughly about 7 minutes if you want to got some water or anything.
I'm away here.
Oh, okay.
Are people leaving their camera on? What's the protocol? That's one of these I got on early.
Preferably, if you are not presenting, you should turn your camera off,
Okay.
just to minimize the distraction. And when you're presenting or in panels or moderating, you can keep yours on.
Okay.
Reggie, just so you know, I've been having really bad computer issues today
Uh-oh.
of all days. So I haven't touched my screen all day. So far so good, but just in case, I'm letting you know.
Okay. I think we will, yeah, I think we'll be able to manage. One of us will be able to point it out. Hopefully this one goes off a bit more smoothly. Just make sure that I have everybody on the list.
Hello, Wendy. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good.
Hi,
Hi.
Hi,
how's it going?
how are you doing? Okay.
I see Dr. Dizraza, I see Dr. Alsop. I think Eve is going to join a little bit after this session, so we don't have to worry about her right there. Who else is on the list? Then we have
I see AZA Kafui.
Amara. I don't see Amara. Let me just confirm.
Sharika's here. I see her. Hi, Wendy.
Uh-huh.
Hi.
I'm gonna send Amara another message with the link so that it's hopefully at the top of her email.
Great.
I sent Dr. Higginbotham replied to my calendar for her Zoom link. So I think it's already on her calendar. So I think that's just other than Amara, it's the only person that we don't visibly see right now.
We're keeping Dr. Barbino very busy today.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, me again.
But you
Much
know what they
appreciated.
say. We like to hear from people, so we definitely overbook you.
Oh, that's it.
That's what it is. It's love. It's the overbooking love.
Okay, I feel the love.
Well, but trust me, you've got some more coming.
So get ready, right?
Yes, ma'am. Sent to both of the.
Wait, Cough, you look like you're in some serious studio.
Yeah.
Celebrity.
My puppy wants to be involved in our talks.
My puppies are the same.
She hears other voices and is so engrossed in those voices. It's okay, baby.
I just read an article, Reggie, that people are spending a lot more money on their pets since they've been working remotely. And I believe that to be true because I've bought so many bones to keep them busy during the day.
Yeah, the bones and toys, and considering she is so destructive with those toys. And I haven't found a medium. Have you found a medium in between the squeaky ones and the non-squeaky ones?
Yeah, just no squeaky. Bully sticks.
Hello, Wendy.
Hi.
Hey, Cal. Reggie, will you tell us when to start, or should we just start when my clock says?
I'll re-engage the recording, and then we can start. And well, I'll re-engage it when the clock strikes 12:45, just to not record any of the background stuff. All right, we are re-engaged. So feel free to resume.
Good afternoon, and thank you for rejoining us for today's session from the roundtable. We had a wonderful morning, and this afternoon's program begins with a conversation between mentors and mentees, a perfect follow-up to a discussion around the importance of leadership, what our institutions are doing, and this issue of transitions, our transitions from our students, things that Dr. Reed talked to us about this morning, to our residents and fellows, parts of what Dr. Paul Hunter talked about, and on to our junior faculty levels, and on to other careers in industry and other spaces. As we talk about mentoring and coaching and sponsorship, we have these amazing individuals, these mentor-mentee pairs who have traveled together in their career journey. And this session is being led by a member of our planning committee, Wendy Yalowitz, who's a senior program officer with the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. And with that, I turn this over to Wendy.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. I am honored to be the moderator for this session. As Dr. Reed mentioned, that we wanted to give you all a look into the relationship between a mentor and mentee. We do have 3 pairs are going to have a conversation, an organic conversation, and they're going to include the following questions within their discussion. What are challenges to mentor-mentee interactions? What are best practices, lessons learned in their experiences? And how did the mentoring relationship begin, and what are the changes to their career transitions? So we're going to jump right into it and get started with our esteemed panel. And the first pair is Dr. Kafui Diraza he's the Associate Professor of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences at Duke University School of Medicine. And then we have his mentee, Azia Alsop, who is a psychiatry resident at the Department of Psychiatry at Yale University School of Medicine. So let's get started. Oh, and I don't think we can hear you.
Can you all hear me? Just to make sure.
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you all hear me?
Yep.
Ah, there we are. All right. This is the joys of
Zoom world in the middle of a pandemic. So first of all, thank you all for having us here today, both AZA and myself. And thank you for the important work that you all are doing, both around your efforts towards mentoring and being mentored, as well as for Steve and I, who both represent African-American males that have been so underrepresented in the field of medicine and biomedical research. So it's a tremendous opportunity to be here. I thought Izzy and I will go a little free form today, so we both can talk. So I set my timer for about 16 or 17 minutes. And at this, just thought we'd do some free form and let you all see what mentoring has looked like for us through this time in which we've journeyed together. So AZA, why don't you start off by talking about how we met?
Infamous first meeting. So it was my second Gordon conference, Amygdala Gordon conference. And I remember being there and just seeing this other Black guy. And I was like, whoa, there's another Black guy. And he just looked so cool. He was like working on his presentation. I think this might've been like your first time presenting at Gordon conference, your own labs kind of work. And I just remember like, just keep glancing over in like the sessions and seeing this guy in the back, like working on his PowerPoint and stuff. But didn't necessarily go up to meet him. And then later on in the conference, I was at my poster and he came up to me, unbeknownst to me, my PhD mentor, Kay Tai, had, I think, approached you and like said, hey, like my students over there, like go talk to him. So, Kaf came and just like, hey, like tell me about your poster. And we just started talking. And I mean, immediately, I think for me, there was definitely a resonance, both in the way that he thought about the science, like the kinds of questions that he was asking me naturally aligned with the way that I was thinking about my project and the types of questions that I was asking. The kinds of suggestions that he was making kind of resonated with the types of things I felt like would be exciting to think about. And as a part of that, we started talking more about just our stories. And again, a lot of just things resonated with his story. And so immediately for me, there was just a sense of, okay, this guy gets it and he's really good at what he's doing. And I think more sort of on an intuitive or subconscious level, it was affirming for me in that space to be like, okay, this is doable. Not like I didn't think it was doable, but it was just sort of another boost to my confidence and like, this is actually attainable and I can actually still be cool and attain this. And so, that's pretty much how we first met. And from there, I think Kaf really made it easy to establish a relationship and just be accessible. So, we just kept it going from there and it's turned out to be quite consequential for me.
Yeah, let me tell my version. So yeah, it is not unusual, as I'm sure you can appreciate as well as to go to a meeting and you just don't see a whole lot of folks that look like you. And in the rare cases when you experience folks that look like you, there aren't always the same set of shared experiences. So this was unlike many of my other lonely scientific meetings, right? And like you, I said, hey, look, it's a Black guy over there. Look at this, and he's doing cool science. Look at this. And for those of you who don't know Kay Tai, she is a remarkable colleague, a remarkable mentor, but she is by no means as gentle as AZA would describe her. So she came up to me and said, hey, look, I got somebody you got to meet, okay? And you're going to mentor him, right? And in terms of the best practices, I will note how important that was, right? She said, look, he is a fantastic scientist. He was in the MD PhD program between Harvard and MIT. So she said, look, he's a fantastic, super smart scientist. He's gifted as a clinician, but he doesn't know what physician scientists are supposed to do, right? And so it'd be just nice for him to talk to a physician scientist. He's a Black male. It'd be nice for him to talk to a Black male who's a physician scientist. And so you're gonna mentor him, and trust me, you'll like him and you'll thank me later, right? She's like, he's cool. He's probably cooler than you. So little did he know that as I was walking up to his poster that day, his PhD mentor had already decided that I was going to mentor him. And I think so often we take for granted the magic that's supposed to randomly happen in two people coming together, when this magic was totally planned out by his PhD advisor. And so by the time I walked over, and I sort of like, he'd finished his poster, I was like, not only am I going to mentor him, right? For me, quite possibly the most important part of my mentoring is that I'm really interested in sort of getting the losses back into the win column. So there are a lot of things throughout my scientific career. There are an incredible number of failures, of grants that I didn't get. And like most mentors, when you have an experience and you're like, man, this person reminds me of myself, I'm like, man, I'm gonna get all those wins back. I'm about to get all those grants back, all those things they didn't fund me for, they're gonna fund him for. And for me, it's this immediate instinct to create a better version of myself. And by that, I don't, it's this really selfish human component, but it doesn't mean I'm going to turn him into me. It just means I just want him not to have all of the same challenges and run into the same barriers that I did. So how can I help him to go further than I did? And this has always been the way that I was mentored. So that was our first conversation. And we hit it off from there. And the second time we really talked, and I'll sort of prime this conversation for him. I was at a research talk. I believe that I was in WashU, and AZA had been navigating what he wanted to do clinically, how he was going to approach going back as he was finishing up his PhD, and what his next steps were, and sort of tuning up what we would call his first transition, right? So he's finishing up his time in the lab and thinking about what to do next, which is a major, major, major pit that a lot of physician scientists fall into and never climb out of. And he called me, and I was at a research conference. Actually, I was giving a talk at a university, and I slipped out, told him I was busy, and took about a 20-minute phone call from him as he started asking questions about my thoughts on his career development. So I'll let him go from there to talk about the first transition.
Yeah, so that's. So the first transition was coming out of grad school, going back into medical school, and my project was in a place where I felt like if I could maybe do a little bit more, it could be a higher impact paper. And I also wasn't really sure that I wanted to go back to med school, because I think oftentimes, especially in the MD PhD training program, at the time you're basically done with graduate school, you kind of develop an expertise in an area, and you've been navigating that space. I was having a lot of interesting conversation with colleagues in other academic institutions, and it's like, do I really want to go back to third year medical school and then fourth year medical school to then do residency when I could just go start doing stuff I'm interested in doing. And because again, I'd already kind of identified Kaf as someone who I looked up to and whose sort of career trajectory could be something that I followed. I noticed there were a couple interesting things about his career trajectory. And I wanted to probe that space to see well, what are my options really? What kind of things can we do? And so that was, and at that time, I was basically thinking about taking a year off in between graduate school and going back to medical school to really decide what do I want to do? And so I was, asking him, well, what do you think about that decision? And, a big part of that conversation is what led to me actually taking that year off to do a postdoc, which again becomes extremely consequential for the positioning that I now currently have, which is very, very unique and would not be feasible had I not done that. And I would not have done that had I not had someone who had the perspective and the experience to say actually, this actually might seem counterintuitive in a way, but actually it could work. And this is how it could work. And these are the things that you could do. So that first transition, I think, actually became very important because it then set the stage for me to be actually able to do some of the things that I'm doing now. And having that perspective and being able to map it out in a way that, again, would resonate and that I would be able to sort of buy into, help make that decision much easier than it would have been otherwise, because there were a lot of pressures to not necessarily do that.
Great. And I'll say what I was thinking at the time was not necessarily an answer to the question that he was asking, but an answer to the question that I knew he would ask in about 2 years. Right. When it came time to think about how to continue to engage in research as a resident, right? I was well aware that this is the major challenge that physician scientists run into. For those of you who don't know, you do an MD, you do a PhD, you sort of do them mixed, but one at a time, back and forth. And then at residency, you go into the hospital pretty much full time for a couple years, 3 years, depending on your residency field. And then you start doing research again. And somewhere in that 3 years, the entire world has shifted, right? The tools and techniques that were innovative are old, and you relearn science all over again from scratch. And when I was in AZA's position finishing up medical school, I had a research mentor and advisor who challenged me to think about clinical training in a different way. And as a result of that, I set up my own research lab and then did residency part-time. So I did both of them simultaneously. So when AZA posed this question, for me, it was really about how to set him up with the decisions now to have the best opportunities in front of him down the line. And so the suggestion of doing the postdoc was both to capitalize on the research that he was doing, extend his graduate training, basically to turn it into a postdoc to extend the science product as a result of his training, but then also set him up to be able to navigate and negotiate for more research engagement if he was able to ever decided to pursue clinical training down the line. So at every step, I was always helping him think through a transition that might be relevant 2 or 3 years down the line. So I'll say, I wasn't shocked. So from that point in time, AZ and I started connecting at every scientific meeting, right? We started reaching out to each other, sending text messages just to catch up. And, you know, my selfish motivations started to show themselves when I decided what many of my research mentors decide somewhere along the lines, which is, wait, what am I doing? I should be recruiting him. And so the mentoring became an exercise in recruiting as well, right? I mean, at some point in time, if you are training and developing what I had no doubt was the best talent in the country, right? It would be a mistake to think about not creating the opportunity for him to continue his educational pursuits at Duke. And as you all can appreciate, we did not introduce him as a resident at Duke. So that is not how things turn out. But I think it is a key part of this mentoring relationship, right? You create the best and you ultimately want the best to be in your arena as well. So I'll fast forward, right? As he was finishing up his MD PhD, it turns out he really enjoyed his psychiatry rotation. And I was really interested in recruiting AZA to Duke to pursue a training pathway that was very similar to mine, which was heavy research engagement while he was doing clinical residency and a part-time framework. And I remember talking to AZA about this, and he really didn't think it was something that he was prepared for or something that he could take on. And part of what I shifted to as a mentor was, I'll say, filling him with as much ego strength. I'm a psychiatrist, so I like using terms like that. Filling him with as much ego strength as possible to prepare for him to advocate for himself, no matter where he ended up. And I'll let him talk a little bit about how he navigated the process of figuring out where to continue to pursue his training and the position he's in now. And then we'll both sort of share a little bit about the day we celebrated when he decided what he would be doing next. So I'll let him fill in there.
Yeah, so I think coming out of med school, I decided, like, I think I really enjoy psychiatry, and I think it's a field in which it's begging for more sort of basic science and translational science, and really saw an opportunity to do meaningful, impactful work there. And so as a part of that, again, began talking to Kaf about, well, what would be ways to do this? And as he mentioned, he definitely really gassed my head up to think that like it was tenable for me to actually start a lab while in residency and be successful at that. Part of me buying into that idea was the fact that he'd already done it very successfully, right? He'd already had major papers, his lab was growing, he had a lot of sort of influence at his institution. And so I already had an example of, okay, I know this can be done because there's someone who is like me, who is training me, who's like already done it. So that really made it easy to buy into some of the things that he was telling me. And so that kind of shifted my framework in terms of how I was approaching the next step of training. And we had many really in-depth conversations. And I think part of being a great mentor is really being willing to be vulnerable. And really share both the failures as well as the successes and all of the things that come along with it, all the emotions, all the different factors, the stresses, right? How hard it, like he also shared like how difficult it was, right? And at the time there weren't even really anyone really doing it. And so it was really making it up from scratch and having to figure out all of the pragmatic things. But what that did for me was it took a lot of guesswork that he had to figure out for me, because he was able to say, hey, like, actually, this is struggle number one. You got to figure out how to deal with this. Then if you want to negotiate this, you're going to have to think about this. I remember for me, I was trying to do this, wouldn't recommend it. Do this instead, right? So it was very easy to sort of strategize and come up with a game plan in tandem with him. And I have no doubt that like I would not have been able to do it sort of without that guidance. And so I was able to, through that process, make an argument and eventually negotiate for a position in which I'm able to start, my independent research program while also still pursuing residency training, which for me, I couldn't at this stage now imagine doing it another way and that actually making sense. But it took someone who had already kind of been a trailblazer and broken a lot of the groundwork so that it made it so much easier for me to see what the path was and to be able to even negotiate even maybe more structure than he was able to do when he was really trying to build it from scratch. And so, again, I think part of and we might talk about this in terms of part of the difficulties, I think, of mentorship, but as a part of this, he was also recruiting me to Duke, right? So there was this kind of this play of like, I also really love Duke. I love COF, like I want to go there, but I also see these other opportunities too that could be really useful for my career trajectory and trying to balance those things, balance the friendship, balance the relationship with also taking the advice that he was giving me and really applying it as broadly as possible. And so I think, I guess long story short is that like that advice and that relationship was the groundwork and made it possible for me to negotiate a very unique training path. But it was built on a foundation of someone who'd already gone through a lot of the real difficulties and struggles of like, how do we create this? And then being very vulnerable and sharing all of it with me, including the stresses, including the failures. And then I think being very generous and not putting recruitment before relationship and really giving me the space to say like, obviously, like I would love for you to come to Duke, but it really truly and ultimately is about what you think is going to really be best for you. And if you do that, I'm going to be happy and I'm going to be proud of you. And so as difficult as it was to make that call and like have the conversation that we did have when I made the decision to go to Yale, like he made it as easy as possible to do that.
Yeah, but let me just say, I believe in being really honest and vulnerable about my mentoring. And one of the things I told AZA is that I have lots of mentors that have tried to recruit me places and I'm not at any of those places, right? And so I made it very clear early on that he has the space to decide what is best for him, as I have done. I failed an incredible number of things along the way to where I am now. And I've always made it a point to share those with him because I think, if you're pushing the envelope, sometimes you go over the edge, right? You need a mentor's hand there to sort of like pull you back and say, it's okay. And the goal is to figure out how to live and move along that edge. But what I will say is that, if you appreciate any great prize fighter, they have a coach there that is constantly telling them that they are the best fighter to ever walk the face of the earth. And I've had that at every point in time of my career. Somebody who has told me I am literally the most magical, spectacular scientist who has ever walked the face of the earth. And it actually doesn't really matter if it's true. What matters more is that self-belief propels me to be the very best version of myself. And so this has always been central and core to my relationship. We will both continue to fail lots of things, but we will both continue to push the envelope. And so I'll end here because we've got about a minute or two left. I'll end here by telling the story. So Izzy calls and his voice is cracking a little bit. So I'm like, he's going to tell me he's going to Yale, right? So he ultimately decides that he is indeed going to Yale, which I can live with, right? Having a mentee who is launching an independent research career at Yale is a huge win. To the point there, what you'll appreciate is we've actually never been at the same institution ever. right? And so the mentor relationship does not need to be contained within a physical setting. But the next time I was in Boston, and maybe it was 2 weeks after he decided he was going to Yale, I called him up. I said, look, I'm in Boston for a meeting. We're going out tonight. Right? I've watched lots of amazing videos in my youth and sports championships where you win a championship and, there's like champagne flying everywhere. And I said, we're going out. We got a couple of really expensive bottles of champagne, and then celebrated what was his faculty appointment and launching of his independent research career at Yale. And for us, it was a real celebration of this moment that started with 2 Black scientists at a Gordon Research Conferences and 2 Black scientists with their own VIP section that no one else could come into, celebrating something that I don't think very many people would have appreciated, that you had 2 MD PhD scientists sitting at a table celebrating this incredible moment of transition. So I suspect the beautiful moments and the celebrations, as well as the adversities, will continue for both of us. But it has always been an engagement where we've prioritized the relationship. So thank you all so much for having us here, and I hope we've covered the questions that you were hoping we'd get to.
Thank you so much, both of you. And I also appreciate the humor you brought to this. Thank you for the laughs. We'll go on to our next pair. I'll introduce them. Dr. Eve Higginbotham. Dr. Higginbotham is Vice Dean for Inclusion and Diversity at the Perelman School of Medicine, a professor of ophthalmology at the Perelman School of Medicine as well. Dr. Higginbotham is trying to be in 2 places at once, so we appreciate the magic that she's doing right now, and she'll be with us for about another 25 minutes. And the mentee of the pair is Dr. Amara Ross, Assistant Professor at Ophthalmology at Hospital of the University of Pennsylvania and Assistant Professor of Neurology. And she will be staying with us for the remainder of the time. I also just want to remind folks that if you have questions, please put them in the questions and answers, and we will get to them after the 3rd presentation and discussion. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you. And thanks for this invitation to join you today. Amara and I are excited about sharing our experience with you. And if time allows, I do have some pictures, because as ophthalmologists, we have to actually be visual. It's really hard to talk more than 10 minutes without pictures. So we'll see how that goes. But I wanted to just share with you that my relationship with Amara is really more of a sponsor, I would say. And I think that's also very important in this conversation. And as a sponsor, I look for opportunities for Dr. Ross to shine. I mean, she can tell you about her extraordinary journey, but certainly it's about having her career at the top of mind at all times, and just really determining in my own pathway what are some opportunities that I could share with her and leverage my decades experience in ophthalmology to benefit her, including being on this panel today. I just jumped at the opportunity knowing that this would be a great exposure for her. So as a sponsor, I'm very willing to put myself out publicly and endorse Dr. Ross. And I think that the other thing that's notable is really taking the time to do that. One of the questions that was posed, what are the challenges to mentor and mentee interactions? It's really time. When you're in a busy clinical practice, and we share clinical practice space periodically, so that's an opportunity, but even those times are really few and far between. So time is really the issue, and it's particularly important in those fields like ours, ophthalmology, where there's so few people of color. At one point, I think out of 25,000 plus ophthalmologists, there were only 200 ophthalmologists, and there are fewer women. So we just happen to be in the same institution. There are actually 3 African-American women of color on faculty at Penn. So very happy to state that out front. Our 3rd companion is Dr. Edie Miller, who's also a professor. So with that as an introduction, I'll turn it over to Dr. Ross and so she can share her experience.
So thank you so much for letting me be a part of this. It's truly an honor. Yes, I agree. Dr. Higginbotham is more of a sponsor. She's also a mentor, but definitely, as long as I can remember, has been more of a sponsor than a mentor. And I think she did a great job of separating those two. I wanted to first start out with the challenges, the question about the challenges to the mentor-mentee interaction. So I became interested in ophthalmology probably towards the end of my medical school. I did an MD, PhD, just like several of the other mentees and mentors that you've heard from. And so that's 2 years clinical, basic science, then 4 years research, and then back to the clinics. And so when I came back to the clinics, I thought I was going to be an oncologist. I did oncology research. For my PhD and my dissertation, I was interested in making therapeutics and using essentially gene therapy to promote cell death in cancer. And when I got to clinic, I realized very quickly that this was actually not what I was interested in. It wasn't at all what I thought that I would be doing. And I vividly remember having like an existential crisis. Like, what am I gonna do? And I did a rotation in ophthalmology at the Wills Eye Institute, and I really enjoyed it. I looked at a lot of basic science research, and I really enjoyed glaucoma because there were so many patients that I thought that I could impact that looked like me. My grandmother had glaucoma. It turns out it's genetic in my family as well. And so the idea of going into glaucoma, doing surgery, being in clinic was fascinating to me, and the science looked like it could use my expertise to advance it. But when I went to Wills Eye, I can be completely transparent and say I did not see many people that looked like me. I certainly didn't see any Black women. I didn't see any Black men, and it was really primarily older white men. There were a few younger women that were Caucasian and I believe some Indian women, but none of them that looked like me. And so my mentor at the time that I decided was Dr. Edie Miller, who's also at the University of Pennsylvania. I remember meeting her. I know this is Dr. Higginbotham. I will get to Dr. Higginbotham, but the two of these women are essentially blended in terms of my career since that time point. I knew about Dr. Miller Ellis through a bunch of friends. And to be honest, I got the personal connection because a woman who was like a grandmother to me was a member of the LINKS program with her mother. And so the two of us got connected that way. And I remember meeting her at the University of Pennsylvania campus it was called Zando's at the time, but now I think it's called like, I don't know. It was a restaurant. And so the challenges that I can distinctly remember at that time was, oh my God, it's Dr. Miller Ellis. What am I going to say to her? How do I not sound like a complete idiot? What is she going to think of me? Is she going to think I'm like a lost cause? And so I tried to look up the email that I sent her after our meeting, and I told her what I wanted to do. And she said, yeah, I hope you interview at Penn. And she gave me some really good advice. And she has been my mentor the entire time. She introduced me to Dr. Higginbotham. So once I got into glaucoma, got into ophthalmology, I knew about Dr. Higginbotham. Dr. Higginbotham probably didn't know anything about me, but I knew of all that she had accomplished. And if I was nervous talking to Dr. Miller, the first time I spoke to Dr. Higginbotham, I probably could have worn a pull-up at the time because I was so scared I was going to say something very stupid. So that was the biggest challenge to me. I will always find time for my mentor and sponsor, right? If Dr. Higginbotham asks me to do anything, it's not going to be, well, let me see if I can find the time to do it. It's going to be like, when do you want me to do this? And how would you like it done? And when would you like an email that it was done? So time is not necessarily an issue when the mentor-mentee or sponsor-sponsee relationship is so beneficial. But the challenges are getting over the biggest barrier of speaking to someone who you've looked up to your entire career. And so the first time I met Dr. Higginbotham was amazing. I want to give you some examples of what a sponsor looks like. A sponsor is when I'm scrounging around to find money to do basic science research. I have a laboratory 80% of my time. A sponsor is someone who stops you in the middle of a busy clinic that you're only doing 20% of the time, but we both know it always infiltrates into more of that, and says, have you thought about doing a Harold Amos to get money? Well, no, Dr. Higginbotham, I hadn't. Well, let me introduce you to some former recipients of this award, and they can send you grants and show you what that looks like. And let me attach you with someone who will vet the whole process for you so that when you apply, you know exactly what that looks like. That's what a sponsor looks like, and then sets up the opportunity to practice, the opportunity to really refine it so that by the time I go live, it's like second nature. That's what a sponsor looks like. Hi, Nina. I was able to successfully get the Harold Amos Award, which was amazing. A sponsor looks like sitting and talking to me and saying, I remember.
Amara,
yeah.
may I just interject? Because the Harold Amos is not easy for ophthalmologists to get. I mean, I just wanted to give everyone the idea of the challenges that Amara was able to do on her first pass at this. It's typically, and this is something that I've known ever since I've been in the decano world, if you will, that there's so many awards and opportunities out there. They usually go to internal medicine, you know, and all of those disciplines, or maybe pediatrics. Rarely do they go to the surgical subspecialties. We don't even hear about them.
No.
When I did learn about it, I have been just so proactive in recruiting people. And Amara, I would say, is one of those mentees that actually follows up. I would say that that's so critically important for the relationship, is following up. And if she can't do it, she'll say that, but she follows up. And so sorry.
No, don't apologize. I was just getting to that. Is communication is the other sort of thing that you have to keep in mind. Your mentor and your sponsor are throwing opportunities at you, and they just want to know that when you plant a seed, you kind of would like to see something sprout out of it. You don't like plant a seed and walk away, right? You plant a seed, you want to see the fruits of your harvest. And so staying in constant communication is really important. And from a mentee standpoint, I'll tell you, for me, at first it was like, oh my God, I'm emailing Dr. Higginbotham. I need to make sure it's all grammatically correct and it's not one-word sentences and it looks like a dissertation and that I have quotations and references. And she didn't expect any of that. That was up here. But staying in constant communication was very, very important. It's a relationship. It's definitely not. It's not a horizontal relationship. It's a vertical relationship, but there needs to be that connection so that they know that the fruits of their labor have blossomed. And so changes. After getting 2 grants and the Harold Amos, Nina was nice enough to provide some information, and I was the 3rd ophthalmologist in the Harold Amos, in the entire history of the Harold Amos. I know of the other one, and she is a chair somewhere. So this is not an award that's given lightly. But once I sort of secured my lab, I had lab research, I had allocated lab space, et cetera, all of the things we look for as early scientists. I remember having a discussion with Dr. Higginbotham, and we share a clinical time, which is amazing. They have tried to like have me move a day, and I'm like, no, I need to be in clinic side by side with Dr. Higginbotham. I don't want to go anywhere. I don't want any other time slot. I want none of that. And so I remember saying, you know, I really want to do more surgery, but I only see patients 1 day a week. And so I wanted to generate enough so that I was constantly keeping up my surgical skills. And so I remember having that discussion with her. There were 3 patients on my schedule, literally the next week for surgery. And it's been a nonstop continuous stream of patients to try to accomplish what I want to accomplish. Yes, Dr. Young, that's right, at the University of Wisconsin. That is the other Harold Amos that I have spoken to. In fact, I think Dr. Higginbotham introduced me to her. So those are sort of the relationships that you expect from a sponsor and a mentor. But I will hone in on sponsorship just because that is the topic that my sponsor has chosen to discuss. So that's how it began. How did it change? Gosh, I think that's a hard question because it's not changing and then I don't go back to the person. I still get very nervous when I speak with Dr. Higginbotham, even if it's for a few sentences. I get very, very nervous. At the end of my clinic day, or if I operate on a patient that is hers, I get very nervous because I want the outcome to be perfect. The communication is obviously still there. How does it change? Well, I don't have time for long dissertation emails, and I don't think Dr. Higginbotham has time to read all of them. So I still give her 1-word sentences, and I actually text Dr. Higginbotham, which kind of tickles me every time it happens. I'm like, oh my God, I'm getting a message from Dr. Higginbotham. I think the biggest change that I am still trying to get used to is when Dr. Higginbotham said, call her Eve. That's very difficult for me to do. When mentors ask you to call them by their first name or sponsors, it almost feels like a curse word. But that was very weird for me. And then practices and lessons learned from my experience. I think the communication and the availability is the most important. I've had a lot of mentors in different facets of my life, professionally, personally, for medicine, for surgery, et cetera. And I think the communication is probably the most important. Yes, I think, and I have now transitioned into becoming a mentor with other medical students. So you can kind of say it from both sides. I have standing meetings with my mentees because I want to see progression. And if you're not progressing and I'm not able to help you progress, I want to get you to the next person who will. That's me looking at the fruits of my labor. At the same time, I assume that that's the expectation of a mentor and a sponsor. I don't think I'm at any particular position to be a sponsor yet, but I've had wonderful models, Dr. Higginbotham being the biggest model. But I think her expectation is to see the fruits of her labor. And so when she sends me a patient that needs surgery, she wants to know that that patient was handled with tender love and care that she would expect of her, that she would deliver to her patients. When I put in a grant, submit an application, or join an editorial review, if Dr. Higginbotham says, hey, you should join this editorial review panel, it's not, ooh, I don't think I have time to do it. No, Dr. Higginbotham, when and how would you like for me to, in what capacity would you like for me to serve? And that's really, I think, the lessons and practices that have helped me along the way.
Yeah, we're still working on that editorial board membership. And so that's one of the things, I was told by the senior editor, I'm the associate editor of this particular journal. Well, anyone that comes in has to do 5 reviews. So I just keep sending Amara reviews. So we'll have more than 5 reviews to say, well, here's the quality of her reviews. So let's bring her on. So that's the current plan. But I have to say that, and I'll say Dr. Ross has followed up. She followed up on the Harold Amos. I mean, that's probably one of the best feelings I ever had, since it's so hard for ophthalmologists to get those, as well as the opportunities that she's had to review articles for this editorial board. And those are the building stones that's necessary for her to be, in another 15 years, considered the editor of one of our major eye journals, which certainly I didn't share that with you.
No.
but could be a path. But I just wanted to at least open it up in case you wanted it as a path.
Thank you. I definitely do. But and I just want to hone in on really touching base with I'm fortunate I get to see Dr. Higginbotham. So if I don't email or I don't go a month without seeing her, because we share a clinic time. And so she'll touch base with me, I'll email her, or vice versa, or text, but really staying in contact is probably most important. You're muted, Dr. Higgins.
I can try and share my screen. I don't know if it's working, but let's see.
It is enabled.
Okay. Can people see that? Let's see. Can you see that screen?
Yes.
Okay. So this is a picture. You'll see Dr. Ross there, and that's me, and that's Dr. Miller. But this was just one of the times that we all got together, all of these women of color interested in ophthalmology as students, or residents and faculty. So we do what we can to connect. And I will just briefly say a little bit about mentorship. These are some of the key elements of being a good mentor. The reference for this is a paper by Diane McGrane, M-A-G-R-A-N-E, which kind of left this slide. But certainly advising these mentees in every way you can, including executive presence and communications, which I think a lot of us just don't know about unless you grew up with this professional existence, if you will. So executive presence is one of those attributes. And then the sponsorship, publicly acknowledging their talents and achievements at the top of the list. So this is just a few more things. Provide opportunity to present to executive groups and board meetings, and sending your place to important meetings, speaking appearances, and events. It's really leveraging one's political capital, I think, in terms of on behalf of your mentee or sponsored professional. So those are the comments that I had. Dr. Ross, did you have any last minute comments?
Yeah, it looked like there was a question from Dr. Duran. It says, one of the elements of being a good mentor are the debates and arguments between a teacher, mentor, and student. What are the best ways to argue? Why is it important to debate issues? And how can students gain courage to question their mentors? So I can think of many instances where with multiple different mentors and sponsors, we've had debates about what is the best course of path for me. What is the best course of path for me personally, professionally, or even clinically, because it just so happens that my mentor and sponsor relationship with Dr. Higginbotham, and I mentioned Dr. Miller, we're in the same specialty. We're in the same subspecialty. And so, and I also have mentees in my specialty. And as a mentor, I can tell you that it's kind of exciting for a mentee to question me, because it means that they're thinking and they're actively They're actively thinking about the complexity of whatever topic we're discussing. It's not just me sort of feeding them information and they're absorbing it. They're absorbing it, they're accessing it, they're taking it apart and they're putting it back together. And I view that as an opportunity to grow myself, because that then makes the relationship not unilateral, it makes it vice versa. And so there are lots of instances when I actually was the fellow of one of my mentors, Edie, and Dr. Miller. And we would go back and forth about the best course of action, clinical care, whether someone had progressed or not. And I think, and even today, we'll call each other on the phone and discuss potential surgical treatment for a patient, because it's not black and white. Nothing about medicine is black and white or binary. There's not a perfect answer in any specialty. And so that relationship is something that I value, because I can tell her whatever's on my mind and vice versa. I think that's exciting. So how can a student gain the courage to question their mentors? I think that's part of the relationship. I would always, when I first started, I would say, can I tell you what's on my mind and be completely transparent? Please don't take it personally. And then I'd say, this is what I'm thinking. And then I'd say, what do you think? That way it opens up it not as a debate or an argument, but more as a discussion with two different viewpoints. Sometimes my viewpoints are wrong. You can't be afraid to be wrong. But I think that as a mentor to others and as a mentee, and you guys the mentors can chime in, I get excited when that happens. I think that's part of the relationship and how it's supposed to change and transition throughout the years.
Thank you, Dr. Ross. Let's be mindful. We actually have one more pair before we get to the question section.
Thank you. And thank you again for being so authentic and real with everybody. I think it's really, really helpful to learn about your lived experiences. Our last but not least pair is Dr. Gilda Barabino, who you already saw this morning. Again, she's professor of biomedical and chemical engineering and president of Olin College of Engineering. And she is going to be joined by her mentee, Sharika Bantan, who is Senior Regulatory Affairs Program Lead at Johnson & Johnson.
Thank you so much. Sharika and I are also very honored and privileged to be with you today, and very happy to share our experience through conversation. I wanted to start by saying how I met Sharika. I was new to Georgia Tech as a faculty member at Georgia in the Department of Biomedical Engineering. It was after 18 years at Northeastern University. So the first time I saw Sharika was in a class. I was assigned as a faculty facilitator to a problem-based learning class. I had 3 sections. And of those 3 sections, Sharika was in one of them. When I entered the class, what stood out to me was there was a Black woman in the class. And this is really significant because over the 18 years prior to that, I had rarely had a Black student in my class, male or female. So Sharika immediately stood out. But why she really stood out to me was her quiet leadership of that group, the team that she was on. In her own way, she constantly led the group. She was easily the most brilliant one in the group. And I was so taken with her performance. It's like, I have got to get this woman to work with me in some form or fashion. I just have to. And I like what Ka said earlier about this idea that you see someone who's like, oh my gosh, this is an opportunity to create a better version of myself. So I really can resonate with that. So I approached Sharika, this is outside of class, and I talked to her about her level of interest in undergraduate research in my lab. And I have to say, if she had said no, I was gonna just, no, you have to do this. But that was my first interaction with Sharika. And I will let her have a chance to say her version of that initial encounter.
Yeah, so thank you, Dr. Barabino, and thank you all for joining us today. So My reaction to her was essentially the opposite, that, wow, I now have a Black female professor amongst the masses of professors I have at Georgia Tech in engineering, who I have pretty direct interaction with in these problem-based learning classes, which are not the traditional large lecture hall classes that we typically see in engineering programs. So now I have this opportunity not only to show her what I can do, but to again have that kind of connection with someone who I can view as a role model and who I can say, wow, how can I follow in her footsteps? Understanding, as I did even at that time as an undergrad, how difficult it was for underrepresented minorities and women to progress successfully and rise to the levels of leadership that she had in engineering. And I think at that time she was not yet president, but she was the chair of graduate studies in our department. And so she entered the biomedical engineering department at Georgia Tech as one of the most senior and prominent faculty. So to see that and to have that role model for me as a freshman was everything. And then to, of course, have the offer to join her lab to conduct research at that level was just it was an easy decision for me at that point. And I think, that was 2007, Dr. Barabino. So we are approaching a decade and a half now of this relationship, which I think is just fantastic.
So I'm so glad that Sharika joined me in my lab. I didn't want to push her to pick a research area. However, I was like, you might want to think about researching sickle cell disease. And sickle cell disease is career-long research interest for me. When I was a graduate student, I decided to pursue sickle cell disease as my graduate thesis research for a couple of reasons. One, I was interested in how to use engineering principles applied to a medical problem. But another is because sickle cell disease disproportionately impacts African Americans. And it was really important to me to do thesis research that would allow me an opportunity to get back to my community. I was also taken with sickle cell disease as a research topic because of the other implications, the intersection of politics and race and health, a disease that actually had public health implications. And I was very interested in how engineers could participate, not just in the technical aspects of conducting the basic and then translatable research, but tying in policy and then social sciences and so on. So I really talked to Sharika about her potential interest in that area. And I have to say, I was more than thrilled that Sharika did follow in those footsteps and took on sickle cell disease as her research topic. Can you tell us a little bit about that, Sharika?
Sure. So as Dr. Barabino mentioned, sickle cell is one of those, I think, interesting research areas because it touches so many paradigms beyond just the science. So the policy, the public health, the history and all the relations with, in the country and globally with respect to racism. And so I was very interested as, in the science and as Dr. Barabino said, as well as in this policy, public health kind of overlap for the work that we were doing to enter into this space as engineers and to bring that angle as well. So in addition to studying the bare bones scientific aspects of sickle cell and how we could bring our engineering prowess to it with respect to understanding, the vascular fluid dynamics that's happening in the blood vessels as we're seeing the sickling of the red blood cells. We also took that next step of really starting to understand what are the life and real life public health outcomes and policy implications of the work that we're doing. So that kind of evolved and manifested into us interacting with some of my committee members at the Medical College of Georgia and really getting to meet patients and understand what it's like for them to, live with sickle cell disease, which would then go back and inform the research we were doing in the lab. And then it also morphed into me stepping a little bit more deeply into the public policy arena as an engineering student and with the backing of Dr. Barabino. It was highly, highly unusual, and I think it's still very much unusual for an engineering student to step into the public policy space formally and to actually have the support of the doctoral advisor to do that. But just knowing that I had that support to explore my interests, explore the various interplays of my science with the broader society at large was huge in my development. And I think having Dr. Barbino advocate for that and to listen to that and see that potential in me definitely positioned me for a lot of success, I think.
I was also very taken with Sharika's interest in something outside of the laboratory and much broader. And at one point I was approached by someone within our School of Public Policy, and they talked about an opportunity for a fellowship at the national level around policy. And they had heard about Sharika and her interest because of a class she had taken. And they wanted to know if I would support her being a part of that program, a presidential program. So I said to Sharika, you have got to do this. And Sharika, you are so modest about it, but you've got to tell about your experiences at the national level around policy and what that was like.
Sure. So the policy program that Dr. Barbino is referring to, it was a fellowship with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. So this is a think tank organization based in Washington, D.C. And so every year they actually go out and ask the universities, can you send us talent from various departments, Georgia Tech's engineering programs included, to come in and essentially write an original paper related to how the presidency and Congress can inform some issue and topic of your choice. And so for that fellowship, it was just a year-long fellowship. I wrote an original paper on science policy, specifically the representation of underrepresented minorities and bringing that to the forefront of, this space of folks in DC who often don't talk science and the issues around minorities and minority representation in science. So I participated in the program, was able to meet officials from the Obama administration. I was able to meet folks who work in the State Department and other federal agencies. And my paper actually won the award for the most original paper, obviously stepping into the policy space and bringing science issues to the forefront. So Dr. Barbino, I remember us actually reviewing that paper shortly before Christmas break because I had to work on this during my breaks because I was still doing my engineering research at the same time. But I think it just speaks to her level of support and advocacy for me to step into this space. And I just really appreciated that. And I think after that, I also was able to secure an internship at the National Science Foundation. Again, more around the topic of science policy. And for that summer, I worked in the Education and Human Resources Directorate, again, really pressing this issue and topic of underrepresented minorities and the issues facing our progression and career success in the sciences and engineering. So again, it was just another way in which I was able to, number one, advocate kind of selfishly for myself at that time being a doctoral student in engineering, but also bringing to the forefront what life is actually like as a student living in these programs, because oftentimes the players in these fields are coming from other disciplines. So it was, a huge opportunity for me to offer that real life experience of what it is like to be a Black woman in engineering.
I'd also like to point out how much the mentor-mentee relationship is a two-way street. I learned as much from Sharika as she was learning from me. And one of these days I'm going to teach her how to call me Gilda. But
that's not going to happen.
We're working on that. We are working on that. But the paper and some of the work that Sharika was doing in studying what was going on for underrepresentation at the National Science Foundation actually came in handy, because one of the things that she pointed out was the lack of progress despite some of those interventions. And I was on a committee that actually was looking at that and was able to use Sharika's report for the work that I was doing. So there's so much interchangeable and so much that we can learn from one another that I thought was so exciting as we were going through. So imagine Sharika's working with me as an undergraduate. She stays on at Georgia Tech and works with me as a graduate student. She's doing sickle cell research. Dream come true, right? I get an offer to take on a deanship at the City College of New York. Where is it? It's in New York. And I have to tell you, The hardest thing for me, and amongst other things around making that kind of decision to make that move, was my mentees, my advisees, Sharika among them. I agonized, like, how am I going to speak to these students? Like, what am I going to say? I took them all out to lunch to tell them the news. And so then we had a thing in our lab, like, be careful if she takes you out to lunch. But I had this conversation with Sharika, and we talked about what the move would mean, not just for me and my career, but the members of the lab and her career in particular. And I was so taken with her support for me and what was best for my career. I was so worried about her career and how this was going to impact. We talked it out. We talked it out together about how we were going to stay together regardless. So Sharika maintained her status at Georgia Tech, so that her degree would end up coming from Georgia Tech. But she actually made the move to New York and joined my lab at the City College of New York. This is major upheaval, and these kinds of changes in a mentor's life or a mentee's life are quite significant. So I tried to let Sharika know just how important that kind of support coming from her was for me. And I wanted to make sure that in her moving to New York, we were able to make sure that she was able to complete her career goals and aspirations as well. So Sharika, I wonder if you might be able to expound on that from your perspective.
Sure. And, I think you've already alluded to this two-way street that I think has kind of embodied our relationship over the years. And I think when you gave us the news over that fantastic lunch that you were moving to the City College of New York, I think I knew for a fact that I wanted to see you continue to blaze the trails that you were blazing in engineering. I think I can speak for myself and the students in your lab that we knew that you were, doing amazing things. And to the extent that we could continue to be a part of that, we wanted to. So for me, I knew that continuing to follow you and to finish my doctoral degree and continuing to see you rise was essentially a no-brainer. I think that one of the amazing aspects of really successful mentoring relationships is that in addition to it being, a situation where the mentee stands to benefit, I think the mentor can stand to benefit as well. And I really wanted to continue. I began to feel personally invested in seeing your career, progress and rise as well, and to play a role in that to the best of my ability as one of your students. I think it's very much the case in the academic world that your advisees and students and mentees represent you. So when I say I work for Gilda Berabino, that means something, that carries some type of weight in the same way as when I say I'm trained by you as well. So I recognized that as a doctoral student, and I knew that moving to City College was in the best interest of not only my career, but also, seeing you continue to shine in engineering.
Well, Sharika, you've done a fantastic job.
Thank you.
Well, you and I talk a lot about the relational aspects of a mentor-mentee interaction and how important that is. And as strong as our relationship is, we also talk about things that are outside of our control, external factors.
Yeah.
And so part of what I've been trying to do is to help Sharika and other advisees around socialization. Like, how do you get eased into the profession? How do you have someone help you navigate? And recognizing that there's so many external factors. For example, how we're perceived. If we're perceived as the scientist or engineer that people want to collaborate with or not. How we're perceived in terms of recognition for our work. These are things that, regardless of how strong our relationship is, there are these external factors. There are things like someone deciding, I'm not going to see you as a scholar because you do diversity work. I'm not going to talk to your advisees and suggest that they follow you because I don't know, you may not be as strong as someone else because we don't see you that way. And that's contrary to the evidence. So those kinds of things that we've had to work on, I think is really important. So I've tried to be as transparent as possible. I think you might agree with that, Sharika, so that you could see and learn from my experiences in ways that they could help guide your own experience. And so maybe you could speak to, from your perspective too, like these external factors that we've had to deal with as well.
I just want to mention you have 1 more minute.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Absolutely. So, I'll try to speak quickly on the external factors. I think one of the realities of being underrepresented in STEM, so in all of these, disciplines we've been talking about, is that oftentimes the absence of any group is tied to assumptions about the competency of that group or the innate talent of that group, right? So, oftentimes it will be said, well, Black people aren't here because, well, maybe they're not as talented or they're not as equipped for these environments. And so I think working with Dr. Berabino over the years, we've had to grapple with that. We've had to navigate through that. But for me, from the student perspective, it was always so important to have her as a role model there to show that she's there as living proof that that is not actually true. That, folks from these groups are here for reasons beyond just innate talent or innate skill that are beyond themselves, right? And so I think that having to continue to counter that can be extremely overwhelming and tiring because the work is hard enough on its own. But I think, having role models like her in my support system, in my network, has been really, really helpful in trying to counter these outside perceptions, for sure.
And I'll just end our time by saying that we've learned from one another. We have a long-term relationship, and it's given me great pleasure to help with Sharika as she navigates her career as a leader at Johnson & Johnson. And so with that, I think we'll move on and turn it back to you, Wendy, for further question and answers.
Yes, thank you so much. Again, an incredible conversation. I really appreciated it and learned a lot. I'm going to start, since I guess I have the privilege of being a moderator, asking a first question. I have a bunch of questions. It sounds like out of the three, most of you found each other at the same time versus then going and seeking a mentor. And I'm wondering, for folks that maybe don't have that opportunity, what are some best practices when you're looking for a mentor? And anyone can answer and jump in.
So I'll answer this in the most gentle way that I advise most of my mentees, right? Which is the most important quality of a mentee to find a mentor is your preparation to do some really good stalking, right? So I have gone to research conferences, and you sort of figure out how to find yourself in the space with the mentor. Many of my mentors I found because I'm the one that's willing to send the 4th or the 5th or the 10th email when most people give up at about 6 or 7. I just see what a mentor provides as so inherently valuable that I'm willing to, not literally stalking, right? But to the extent of making the opportunity for them to find themselves in your space or you to find theirs as easy as possible, right? I've hopped on planes and flown somewhere for 15-minute meetings because if you appreciate the role that good mentoring plays in your career development in the long run, it is totally worth the time and the effort. And I'll say that I try to pass it on to my mentees, and the ones that actually we end up building the most solid relationship, even if it's coincidence at the beginning, they're the ones that go the furthest extent and treat my time as if it has the highest value. So gently and jokingly, I'll say, learn to stalk a good mentor.
And I would also just add that it's important to not be transactional. I think we're all human beings. We all have stories and experiences and things that go beyond, our day jobs. And so I think to the extent that we can share a little bit more of ourselves to try and foster that connection and relationship as you're stalking, because that will be important when you're trying to, hunt down really busy people.
Yep.
But when you can make those personal connections and not be so transactional as I just want you to write me a recommendation, or I just want to, check this box for an application, I think that goes a long way as well.
Thank you. So there is a question in the Q&A, so I'll ask that now. And then if there's time, I'll go back to my other questions. Amazed and inspired by how much President Barbino and her mentee, Dr. Shrika Banton, care and support one another so much. I'm wondering whether the panelists think this is unique to women and or women of color.
I do not think it's unique to women. I think, just based on my own experience, I mean, we can talk about COF. Dr. Emery Brown, who is another MD PhD, served as a very important mentor to me during my MD PhD program. Also, Dr. Antonio Baines, as at the historically Black college and university that I went to for undergrad. So there's a very important, really my first scientific mentor. And all of those people I consider to have really surpassed that sort of transactional reaction and really have been people who are related. They ask, even while I was on this, a mentor just texted me and asked me like, hey, how are you doing? Like, how's your family? Like, so I don't think it's unique to women, although women are obviously very caring, but I think men are also capable of being caring and relational while also mentoring.
Yeah. And I'll say it's not just because the two of us are psychiatrists, right? But one of my dearest mentors, Freeman Rabowski, will literally drop everything at any point in time. If I call, constantly checks in on me, sees how I almost forget how busy of a human being it is. And while I certainly framed, the end of my exciting story with AZA around us celebrating his amazing achievement. For me, whenever I have an achievement, the room is full of mentees, right? And so we rise, we fall, we win, we succeed, and we struggle together. We all take care of each other. And in every way, these relationships quickly evolve, being past transactional, right? They evolve into human connection. So yeah, I totally agree with that.
I think it's worth just an exclamation point on the connections, as Sharika was saying too. The connections, you have to connect on some level about something, and that really does make a difference.
Dr. Ross, if you want to say something.
Yeah, I was also going to highlight, I would say that you should have a clear expectation of what you want out of a mentor. So I personally am not very touchy-feely. Maybe it's a personality disorder. You guys can tell me, doctor, or it's just my personality. I'm not transactional, but I think it's probably what made me go into what I'm very visual. I like seeing lists. And once those lists are done, I like to say, did I do that correctly? Great. Okay, let's move on to the next. That's just the way my mind and my person, I do this personally as well, which is a problem sometimes for a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old, but it is what it is. So not every mentor that's going to, or even sponsor that may do the most for you or may advance you or grow you or nurture you is going to be what you believe is nurturing, right? So a lot of really good mentors I've had, they're not interested in being my friends. They're interested in me achieving a certain goal and being in a certain role. And so I have mentors that I care very much so for. They don't always look like me. The one I'm thinking about is a Jewish man. And he was not nurturing. He's never going to text me and ask me about my children. That's just not his personality, but he certainly will text me and say, did you apply for this grant tomorrow? Because this fits your description exactly. And I think you can get it. So you should definitely apply for this grant. And if you need me to look over it, I will look over it for you. It's not, I don't know if I would think of it as I don't know what the adjective to call it is. But it's not like he doesn't expect anything of me. And if I say no, it's not going to be the end of the relationship, but it's not one that I would characterize as touchy-feely. I don't know if that makes sense.
You know, a few times today during the conversations that you were just having, you talked about mentoring and sponsoring. I was wondering if someone on the panel could talk about what the difference is and where sort of that shift happens, or if there isn't even a shift.
So I can tell you for me, I mentioned someone who's primarily a mentor, though she has sort of sponsored me recently, versus Dr. Higginbotham, who I would absolutely characterize as a sponsor for sure. A mentor to me is someone who may be behind the scenes in terms of growing my relationship, planting seeds for what I should apply for. They might foster some relationships that are helpful, but a sponsor like Dr. Higginbotham has lobbied. I mean, she is just in the ophthalmology world, really in any world, she is just a star. She's like, that's why I had mentioned wearing a pull-up when I wanted to talk to her, because it's like standing face to face with like Michael Jordan, right? I would stutter, I would stumble over my words. And so she's pretty famous. And she lobbies that. She has and continues to lobby her standing in our medical community on my behalf. She'll say, have you met Dr. Ross? Dr. Ross works with me at the University of Pennsylvania. She becomes my cheerleader, but she makes the connections. I wouldn't say forces them, but it's not like email this person's head of your field. It's like an introductory email where you can't but not answer the email and the connection happen. I don't know if anyone else has a similar story, but that's the subtle difference that I see with Dr. Higginbotham than other mentoring experiences that I've had.
So I think you did a good job of making the distinction, but I also feel like it's not necessarily that people shift from one to another. You can do both at the same time. You can do one or the other. Some of it depends on the person's status or where they are at that point in their career. And so it's not like one model, but as far as making a distinction, sponsors usually are in a position to advocate at a higher level or step out there, put themselves on the line, as Dr. Ross was saying, that type of thing. So it can be mixed. It absolutely can be mixed.
Somebody commented on the questions and answers and said, don't you think that the search for a good mentor is finding out about a mentor's professional ideals and values?
I would agree with that to a certain extent, just because it obviously depends on the mentee's definition of what good is, and how they then evaluate that potential mentor's, values and ideals. And so I think that to the extent that you can get a sense of your potential mentor's vision and mission and motivations, and whether that matches with your vision and motivations and missions, I think that then that's when you can try to form that connection. Because I think to Dr. Ross's point, if you have a rock star who you want to make that connection with, maybe you also desire to be a rock star one day too, right? So I think that if you can share that, then there's that kind of overlap and understanding of what the relationship will evolve to become eventually over time.
Yeah, I mean, I'll sort of add here that, we talk about the value of the mentor's time. And I think it's also important for the mentees to think about the value and the limitations on their time as well, right? So like, there are a lot of ways to bake a cake. There are a lot of ways to write a grant, right? Every good mentor knows at least one way, to do each of those. And I think part of it is both figuring out what you need from a mentor. So there's some introspection involved in that, but then also realizing like, you don't need 20 mentors to teach you to do all of the things 20 different ways, right? So, for me, I tend to select my mentors based on the ones that are also good sponsors, right? So I don't really have sponsors or mentors. I have sponsors or sponsor mentors, right? And it tends to be one of the real selection criteria that I've used throughout my career. And I as well try to be a sponsor mentor if ever I'm going to engage in mentoring.
I would only add, for my relationship with my mentor, I can distinctly remember how it sort of transitioned. And I think one of the things that I think was important for me to see in my mentor relationship is knowing limitations. So for me, it's very clear that I am a Black woman. And so my mentor that fits almost all of the criteria that I needed was to be a Black woman in the field that I'm in. The only caveat is that 4 years ago, I had a child, and then I subsequently added my second child. And so I was experiencing my career and my path a little differently than I think that she had paved out for me. That doesn't mean she was upset that I got pregnant or that I had a baby or that I was starting a family, but she didn't have any children. And so there would be points when I would try to use and have mentoring conversations about that. And she would say, you know, Amara, I just don't know what to tell you because this is not what I've experienced. Here's how I would handle this issue. But there's a limitation here because you are experiencing something that's different than what I experienced. I've had this when I had men mentors, right? Where there's like, hey, I'm thinking of starting my family. When is a good time to do that? You know, you'll get a bunch of responses, maybe even similar responses for a woman, but this is an example of where there's not going to be a lot of experience that's going to, that answer has to come from a woman that has done that. And so that's the only sort of monkey wrench I would throw in that question, which is I have had mentors that absolutely fit my personal professional goals and we're very like-minded, but we are not alike exactly. That person doesn't exist because I am me. There's not going to be another me. So it's okay to kind of, I'll just use, if Dr. Morgan was my mentor, I would ask him about childbirth and things of that nature and how that fits into my career. And at some point, a male mentor might say, you know, I don't know how to answer this question for you. Let me put you in touch with someone who might be able to do that more effectively.
I think that's actually really critical. I mean, Kaf mentioned it, right? Like my PhD advisor, who I love her, she's absolutely amazing. She's also an Asian woman, right? And she didn't get an MD. And so she recognized, okay, as much as I can really craft, there are some gaps. Wow, this person can potentially fill some of those gaps. Let me make sure. And so she was also kind of a mentor sponsor in that way, going out of her way to make sure that these gaps are covered.
Absolutely.
We have about 5 minutes left, so I'm going to ask one question and hope that we can maybe answer it quickly and then pass it back to Dr. Reed. Has anyone ever had an experience, or maybe has a colleague that asked a mentor to be her mentor or his mentor, or vice versa, and the person said, I don't think we're a good fit? And how is that handled, and how do you not become deflated to ask again?
That's a tough one because I've sort of I've been there on both sides. Generally, people tend not to be that direct, and you know, I wish they would actually, because it would save some bit of time. I think from my end, I'm able to ascertain how good of a fit a mentee is by how they navigate my time and my advice, right? And I have told people that I think that there's someone better aligned time and advice-wise for them in the direction that they are interested in going in, right? When you run a research lab, you sort of like, this is inevitable because there are more people that want to join your lab than seats and bench spaces that you have, right? From my end, trying to seek mentorship, I sort of assume that, like, you know, 1 out of 5, you know, like it's like an NIH grant, 1 out of 5 will actually pay off. But that's more than enough to guide and shape your career. So I try not to internalize failure that much. I think of it more as process, and then go find another mentor. Like I said, there are like lots of ways to achieve everything, and you only need to find the perfect coach for you.
I would add one comment to that. Like, regardless of how people came together, they should be able to decide if it's not working and cut. because the extended bad relationships are not good for anyone. So I would just add that piece to it. If it's not working, cut it loose. And don't take forever to cut loose if it's not working.
Thank you so much. I think this discussion has been wonderful. I appreciate your humor, your being authentic, and just making this real. I think it was really helpful. Now I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Reed if she has any closing comments.
And before that, can I just say, don't really stalk anybody. That was just a joke.
Got it.
I want to thank you. I want to thank you for, as Wendy put it, for your authenticity. I want to thank you for sharing your stories and your perspectives. And what was very clear is that each of you has formed relationships, and relationships that are built on a trust and an understanding, and long-term relationships. So these are not sort of fair weather friends and they're here today and gone tomorrow, but these are long-term. And I think important elements for us to consider. So thank you. Thank you for that. And I think it's a perfect lead into the session that will be following. There is going to be a break, but in our next session, we're going to be talking more about these issues of mentoring and coaching and sponsorship, bringing some leaders in the social sciences to this discussion to help us understand what we can learn in other fields and other disciplines that can help inform these deliberations and the kind of recommendations we hope will come out of this two-day meeting. So I want to thank you. I want to thank all of you. I want to thank you all for taking the call or answering the text that was sent. Part of even this coming together was based on relationships. So much, a friend, Ron David, likes to say that relationships are everything, all else is derivative. So I thank you for answering the call. I thank you for sharing today. And we will be taking a break. We will be coming back at 2:30. Reggie, is there anything else for this?
No, that's it. We'll see you all in 15 minutes.
Very good. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Hello, Stacy.
How are you?
Good.
Great session. They led into our session, Laura. Laura and I are going to do it.
Stacy, you're a little bit not too loud. Like it can barely hear you. Is it just me?
I can barely hear you, Stacy.
Can you hear me now? Is it better?
It needs to go up higher.
Yeah, you're very hard to hear.
Is this better?
Only a little.
Okay. I'm glad we checked in. Let me get something else.
Thank you.
How you doing, Dr. Morgan?
I'm well. How are you?
Good.
Good.
Hi, Laura.
Hi.
So before we get started, and I know people are here waiting, these are wonderful examples of friends that you call. And it's about the fact that this is about relationships and how we're all connected. So in so many ways.
Good ways.
Is it really?
Good ways.
Joan, that was, I think that was excellent.
I agree. That was superb. Superb.
I put my comments in the chat. It was great.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll talk about it afterwards, but it was such a free flow of significant information and examples, and Sometimes you can have one set of PowerPoints after another, but you don't learn as much as you do when you just hear that type of critical interaction.
I think such a great lead in for Stacy and for Laura in terms of
Yes.
examples. So,
Very good. We'll try Stacy again.
Stacy? Dr. Beard?
I think she's connecting.
If she froze, yeah, she was.
She's not frozen. I think she's connecting.
Yeah.
Dr. Blakebeard, when you get connected, can you just try your microphone again?
I'm here. Can you hear me now?
There we go.
Much better.
Hey.
You know what? Maybe you were trying to do that thing, where people talk very, very softly, so people have to listen even more closely. Is that what you were doing?
Dramatic. Dramatic.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to grab some water. I've been listening in, but I'm going to refill my water. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no, it's funny. I bought these headphones because of the sound canceling, so that you could hear them. You wouldn't hear a lot of noise outside of them, and they generally work pretty well. So the first time I've had a problem with hearing. So anyway, so I got my other headset, and I'm glad that you can hear this one. So it was a great session.
And we can tell Laura when she comes back. I thought if there's a half-hour closing at the end, but Orlando and I also sent to Randall that if the Q&A goes over some, I think it's fine, since this is the major theme of this meeting is around these issues of mentoring and coaching and sponsorship, and really want to take full advantage of you being present, and so give some extra time.
Absolutely.
Great.
And I would also say to those who, because there's 109 participants who are still on while we're talking now, while we're waiting on the break, if they have questions, to please use heavily the Q&A or the chat to put your questions, comments, and thoughts in, even as the session is ongoing.
Great. I think I might ask participants to use the chat function for different things. So, yeah, so it was just so helpful. It's like the prior session was, they were like, we're going to pass the baton to you, and you're going to build on everything that we said. So.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. I am going to, because we have a few minutes, I'm going to turn my video off. I will be back in about 5 minutes.
Orlando, just quick question. Have people all been speaking just without PowerPoints and things? I'm prepared to do that.
Yes, the majority of talks have been without PowerPoint. And they've been engaging. So
oh yeah.
But like Higginbotham had a slide on sponsorship. You saw that, yeah.
I did, yeah. So no, this is good. I'm glad that I came on to see the earlier session because it was helpful. It spoke to so much what I was going to do, but it also gave me a sense of what the mode of presentation has been. So I'm glad that I was there.
The early morning talks had PowerPoint.
Okay.
So I started tweaking my PowerPoint on that one, but the more recent ones didn't. So I am going to use PowerPoint.
Are you?
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a PowerPoint. I was trying to decide, do I use it or not?
No, I was just sharing.
Yeah.
No sway, either way.
Yeah. Either way works.
Either way.
All I did was just give the framework of time allotment. After that, it's all on what you think is best to communicate your message.
Okay. So if I did want to use the PowerPoint, do you allow me to share the screen, or how does this work?
Yes, you can just, Reggie.
Sharing is enabled, so if you want to share your screen, you just hit the green share screen button.
Great. Orlando, with the screen sharing, do you just see my screen, or do you see you in my screen?
Just your screen.
Great. Okay.
I'm at the periphery.
Okay. Great.
Stacy,
Mm-hmm.
there's a black box over
Gotcha.
your PowerPoint right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. It's a small black box.
Mm-hmm.
Become a rectangle.
Now it's a black
Yep.
box again.
Mm-hmm. This way.
There's something right there that your cursor's there. It is now. It's gone.
Great.
That was it.
No, thank you. This thing, that little black box and the hiding the floating controls, and it's joyful. Laura, still there?
I am here.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So for this, I'm wondering, you just see the PowerPoint, you don't.
Mm-hmm.
You
Oh
don't.
yeah, I can see. Mm-hmm. I just see the PowerPoint. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on whose preference you set it for. I see all of the participants' faces as well as the PowerPoint. Depending on if you're on a desktop version or a mobile enabled platform, they do show differently. But I do see your face in case you're.
Okay. Thanks.
Oh yeah, that was the question. Yes, I can see both.
Great. Thank you. I thought you could. I just wanted to check.
You're all good.
Reggie, will you give notice when we get to that 2:30 mark?
Sure will.
Thank you.
All right, we're back. If you want to go ahead and start.
Welcome back. This is our closing panel for today, our first day of the workshop. It's titled Social Science, What is Needed, but it really provides an opportunity for us to delve further into these concepts of mentoring and coaching and sponsorship and what they mean. We've had wonderful examples in our prior session with our mentor-mentee dyads, and want to introduce the moderator for this session. It's Dr. Orlando Curtin, who's Surgeon-in-Chief and Chairman of Surgery, the Abington Jefferson Health and Chief Division of General Surgery, also at Abington Jefferson Health, Professor of Surgery at Sidney Kimmel Medical College of Thomas and Jefferson University. Dr. Curtin.
Thank you, Dr. Reed, and welcome to our guests. What a great session we just had, moderated by Wendy Yelowitz. The mentee-mentor conversations were just fantastic. My hats off to the three mentor-mentee peers who shared their experiences, many quite personal. Yes, this session, Social Science is What is Needed. We're going to now look at the relationship and intersections and roles of mentors, coaches, and sponsors, and then delve into the environment in which these roles play out, the socialization, the organizational culture. We are very privileged to have two esteemed speakers today. Dr. Stacy Blake Beard, visiting professor, Tuck School of Business at Dartmouth, faculty program chair, Simmons College Executive Education, and Dr. Laura Morgan Roberts, professor of practice, University of Virginia, Darden School of Business. Dr. Blake Beard will speak on mentoring, coaching, and sponsorship, sources of critical support and feedback. And she will be followed by Dr. Roberts' talk titled Toward the Racially and Just Workplace, Advancing True Inclusion for People with Diverse Talents. We have an hour for the session. Each talk is slated for about 25 minutes, and then we'll be followed by 10 minutes of discussion. So we will start off with Dr. Blake Beard. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for that welcome. I have to say that sitting in on the earlier sessions was just like, I felt like it was a setup for my session. Like, okay, we've talked about what I need to talk about, and it was wonderful to have the examples to actually fill in what it is that I want to speak with you about. So I'm just going to build on what we heard earlier. It was interesting to me and really wonderful opportunity to think about speaking about mentoring, sponsorship, and coaching. I was actually delighted because this has been a relationship, these set of developmental relationships have been important to me through my whole career. And I've been studying them for 3 decades, became interested in them as a graduate student at University of Michigan, go Blue. And I can't tell you how important these concepts have been, but I want to talk about them in real down to earth terms because that's what I heard you all talking about. So welcome, multiple languages because we're a multiple nationality group. We come from all over. And so let me add my welcome to those that have already been offered. So here's what we're going to do. In the short time that I have with you, I like to answer questions and really think about what are the 3 or 4 things I want to get done. So we've talked about this some, but I want to go ahead and further clarify what do we mean by mentoring, sponsorship, and coaching? And then what are some of the issues that students of color face, that professionals of color face? How can these 3 relationships provide invaluable feedback? And I'm really interested in the Q&A. I want to hear from you. I'm going to be asking you to use the chat function too. And so I want to just delve into some of the questions, some of the comments we've already had. Before we do that, this is important, and I heard it in the last session to talk about this concept of intersectionality. And so certainly I've heard you all talk about diversity, and that includes many identity dimensions, gender, ethnicity being 2 of them. But in fact, we learn from one another by how it is we connect on our similarities and how is it that we learn or informed by our differences. So that takes us to this concept of intersectionality. And this is a concept I fell in love with in 1990, the work of Kimberly Crenshaw, looking at the experiences of Black women. And so what it says is that, and this is naming something that you all have already spoken about, is that when we show up as more than one thing. We show up as so many different dimensions of identity. So when I show up as a University of Michigan alum. I show up as a Harvard professor. I show up as a athlete, somebody who's run half marathons. I show up as a mother. I show up as all these different things. And as I heard, particularly from Dr. Ross, when we spoke earlier, that there are these challenges and opportunities when we acknowledge that we show up as more than one thing. And so I like it when we give names to things. You all have already spoken about this. The earlier panelists spoke about this. And I want to be clear that there's actually a concept of this known as intersectionality. So I want for you to hold that at the base of our conversation, that it's going to be a pretty important concept. Okay, so mentoring, sponsorship, and coaching. And from the early parts, the parts of the conversation I've been able to sit in on, you can see that these concepts are intermingled, that there's not just one or the other, but that they play off of one another. And so just to pull out a tiny bit. So mentoring, this dynamic, reciprocal, supportive relationship, caring individual, and that's this sharing of experience, wisdom, and there's this readiness and willingness to benefit from the exchange and to enrich the professional development of both people. Okay, so mentoring, and this is where my focus of study has been, is looking at this concept. But, other relationships have gained more and more prominence. And so again, I heard this in the earlier sessions, that sponsorship is really action-oriented, and it's focused on positioning. It's focused on helping the person who's receiving the sponsorship move ahead. And what I like is that the sponsors are really willing, available, and even eager to use their networks to help with the advancement of their colleague. And it happens in all these different dimensions, the vehicle for advocacy in public and also behind closed doors, right? So there's that part that's happening. And all the examples that I heard earlier with the 3 sessions, the 3 relationships, all spoke about the importance of sponsorship. But then there's also coaching. And that's this performance that's more focused on a particular competency, a particular skill, that there's a relationship aspect to this, so that we want to get this thing done. And then it's not that the relationship will be over, but that there will have been this need that's been met around a specific skill or specific goal. And that's important, right? That you have that. So these 3 different relationships are all intermingled with one another. I particularly appreciate Dr. Barberino saying that, there's no one aspect of this. They're all intermingled. They actually play off of one another. And so that's important. The coaching, the sponsorship, and the mentoring are all there together. So there are all of these benefits to looking at how we receive mentoring, sponsorship, and coaching, but there are challenges as well that I want to make sure we speak to. So some of the benefits that we get are that we get this clear and realistic expectations, that there's this active listening. It means you're not just talking to the air, that somebody's actively listening to you and taking that information in and already thinking about what can I do to help. That there's a measure of self-disclosure. I heard it talked about with the 3 mentoring relationships that we just learned about, that there comes a time or a need for you to share of yourself, to be willing and able to self-disclose, which is not easy because it means that there's a measure of vulnerability there. And so self-disclosure is both this opportunity, but it's also a challenge. It means you have to be risk-taking and have this proactive behavior. I love the earlier question of how is it that you go about getting mentoring, right? So what do you do? What are the steps that you take? And the responses that we heard were that you have to be proactive. You have to jump out there. You have to do your research to make sure that there's somebody there who can be of assistance to you, and be proactive about how it is that you're going to do that, which also involves a measure of taking risk, because you could go out there and the person with whom you're reaching out to might not necessarily have the ability or the time, but you won't know unless you ask. So it means that there's this risk-taking, proactive behavior that's needed in order to really draw on the benefits of these developmental relationships. And then it's going to be managing feedback, which is one of the things that we don't talk about so much. I heard about it in our earlier session, but it's not something that we explicitly speak out about. The ability to, how is it that you can get from your mentor, your coach, your sponsor, really important, powerful feedback. Some of it might be difficult to hear. So those are the benefits, all the things that we get when we look at these developmental relationships of coaching, mentoring, and sponsorship. But there are also some challenges, particularly when we think about people of color, right, that we can face as we're moving along in our career and we're thinking about how is it that we can get support. And so none of these will be a surprise to you. None of these will be new, right? We've all been dealing with them. What I like to do is give names to them and have you think about how they're interrelated. Okay, so nothing new here. Tokenism, right? That aspect of our lives where we stand out because we're one of few, right? Just there's nobody else around like us. And in the prior relationships, I heard that spoken about a great deal. You're one of few, right? The developmental dilemma is how do you get close enough but not too close, right? So this the dilemma of how is it that I build a relationship to you and I get close enough where I am sharing information, where I'm willing to be vulnerable, but not so close that either it's inappropriately close or people perceive us as being too close, right? So there's an internal aspect of that. Then there's the external part of how is it that you get close enough but not too close? How is it that you get close enough that you get the benefits without it being seen as inappropriate? So the developmental dilemma. There are stereotypes, and I'm sure that many of you, if you haven't, go online and take the implicit association test or take an IAT, right, where you can look and see what are some of the stereotypes or the implicit associations that we make and how quickly we do them. We jump up the ladder of inference, so we think about that we know about people very, very quickly with very little information. Right. And so how is it that stereotypes actually play a role? They have an impact on our lives, on our careers, on our profession. And then there's the issue of how is it that we get real feedback? Not just the, oh, you're doing well, or at a girl, or wow, that's nice, but real feedback. Again, with the prior session, with the mentoring relationships that were there, those 3 relationships, it was so impressive to me to hear the different ways that they gave real feedback to one another. I want to talk specifically about 2 challenges that can happen with us as people of color who are trying to get feedback. And it's one thing if you're trying to get feedback from a mentor or a coach or a sponsor who is similar to you in terms of ethnicity. It becomes even more different, more challenging if we're going across dimensions of difference, whether it's age, whether it's ethnicity, whether it's institutional type, all these different ways, gender, right? But the one I'm focusing on most is race or ethnicity. And so these concepts of what I would like to share with you is protective hesitation, protective defensiveness. Again, we've already spoken about these things. I heard them in the earlier sessions. I just want to give names to them. Okay, so protective hesitation, protective defensiveness. This is the real feedback. How do you get the real feedback? Okay, here's what protective hesitation is. There is such a concern that I don't want to say this because I don't want for you to think that I'm racist or that I'm sexist or that I'm homophobic or that I'm any of these things. And we see this particularly across dimensions of difference, right? So here's the mentor. They're very different from the mentee. There could be a race difference. There could be a gender difference. And the mentor is like, I don't want to say this. I don't want to give this feedback because I don't want my mentee to figure out or to think that I'm racist or that I'm sexist. So this perception that I might be one of these things means that I just don't give you the feedback. I just do not offer information that the mentee should have. And so as a result of protecting, I want to say I'm protecting your feelings, but it really isn't about me protecting the mentee. It's really about me protecting myself as the mentor. So as a result of that, mentees, like the three mentees who spoke earlier in this session, in this day workshop, they don't get valuable feedback. And all of them talked about getting feedback that was important, right? So here's the irony of this. In trying not to hurt the recipient, actually the feedback provider does hurt the recipient. There might be information that you really need to get that you don't get as a result of this protective hesitation. Not often talked about. This is a concept that's not discussed, but it's there. And I bet you if I were to ask you, if I were to sit down with you over a cup of tea or a cup of coffee or rum and Coke, whatever works for you, if I were to do that, you could think of opportunities or chances where you've seen protective hesitation occur. Either you've done it or you've experienced it. So this is where we just don't give information that's needed because we're afraid of how it's going to be perceived. So we just don't offer it. And we see that a lot across dimensions of difference. We're looking at people of color and what they have to do to get information from those who aren't. So that's one thing, protective hesitation. As important, but not often talked about, is this concept of what we call protective defensiveness. So let's think about this. We're in these, you, me, all of us who are people of color, and we're in contexts where we are different, where we stand out. And so as a result of that, I don't know about you, but what I've done is I've kind of built a shell around myself to protect myself. And sometimes I need that. Sometimes I need it because arrows are coming in or different things are coming in that could be hurtful to me if I don't have a shell around myself. So I imagine you do build a shell around yourself, and it's built for protection, and sometimes you actually do need it. The challenge is, what if that shell gets so thick that you don't get feedback in that you need? Where we're trying to protect ourselves so much that, in fact, what we need to hear isn't coming in. It's not being able to penetrate and come through. So as a result of that, we don't get critical feedback because we don't receive it. And I'd ask you to think about, have I seen this? Have I experienced this? Have I thought about the fact that I might not be getting the feedback that I need? Now, here's the irony in this. The irony is that in trying to protect themselves, the recipient might miss getting information and support that they need to protect themselves. There could be information like how to apply for this fellowship or how to go for this position, that because they don't hear negative things, that they just do not hear it. And as a result, they don't get the information that they need. So protective hesitation, somebody is hesitating to give feedback because they don't want to be seen as racist or sexist. Protective defensiveness means I don't open myself for feedback up because I don't want to be hurt. I don't want to be vulnerable. Both of these are concepts that are there, that are real, and that we have to think about, and that mentors and coaches and sponsors can help us deal with. They can help us address these things. Okay, so accessing that support, the support that we get from mentors, the support that we get from coaches, the support that we get from everybody who's able to provide it, right? Sponsors, means that we have to pay attention. So we have to pay attention to who to ask for help and support. We have to pay attention to when to ask for that support. We have to pay attention to how to ask for it, right? So it's not just coming out. There might need to be a way that you figure out how to connect with your mentor to frame it in such a way that he or she or them are able to think about the response that they want to give. And guess what? All of those people, the coach, the sponsor, the mentor, at the heart of it, they want for you to succeed. They want for you to do well. They want for you to take up the mantle and keep going with the work that they've done. But in order for them to provide that support, there has to be a two-way street. They have to know that it's valued. They have to have a doorway in to help you get that support. And so how is it that we can kind of draw on our intersectionality, the fact that we're all different and we bring different dimensions to bear? And how is it that we can also think about, overcoming protective hesitation and making sure that we open the door so we don't have protective defensiveness? I love these concepts because, again, if I were to sit down with you, I know that you've experienced them, but I like giving names to things. I like naming something, common phenomena, common experiences that we have. Okay. So here's what I hope you can see by the conversations that we've had with our panelists, is that there's not any one relationship that we're going to draw on for support. There's actually a network of relationships that would allow us to gain the support that we need to advance our careers, to build up the connections that we want to actually really think about where we want to go and what we're going to do, right? And so we can certainly think about mentors, sponsors, and coaches, that they're there. And these are the ones that we're thinking about in this session. But as important are peers, and we don't often talk about that, the peer support that you get. I know that for me, coming through graduate school and being an early professor, that I couldn't have gotten through it without the support of a network of peers who let me know that I'm not crazy, that what I'm going through was not normal, and that we were going to get through this together. At Michigan, there were a group of students that we took care of one another, and we had a goal of making sure that everybody got through their doctoral program. And so that peer support was as important as other sources of support. You see here on this table that I have that there are not only peers, but there are friends, right? We don't count family, but I imagine many of you have been supported by your family. There's your advisor, and that there are professional associations that you're part of. So we get our support not just from individual relationships, we get them from networks, and that we want to be able to figure out how to draw on all of these networks. So I'm sure that many of you have seen this quote, know this wisdom, that it's not that we go alone. We never go alone. We don't get anywhere alone, right? So if you want to go fast, you can go alone. But if you want to go far, you want to go with others. So what I'd love to hear you say or share with me in the chat function if any of those concepts of protective defensiveness, protective hesitation, intersectionality, if any of them make sense. Even just type yes, they make sense. And I'm going to turn it back because I'm really interested to hear what my colleague, Dr. Roberts, has to say. But thank you so much. Thank you. I'm going to stop sharing, turn it back over.
Dr. Morgan Roberts, please share your screen.
I sure will. Just waiting as Dr. Blake Beard passes the baton.
Okay.
I think it's still on your deck.
There we go. There we go. Came back.
Yeah. Okay, so it has been such a robust day, chock full of insights, empirically grounded. And so I was asked to put these conversations in the context of organizational change. So how does mentoring, sponsorship, coaching fit within a broader suite of initiatives with respect to leading racially just organizations? So I'm going to share a few thoughts because it's later in the day. I've been I've had the pleasure of being able to tweak my deck as you all have presented. So I tried to add a little spice in there just to stir things up and give us something to chew on as we go from here this afternoon. So you may take a little of that in stride as well. The reflections that I'll offer would not only resonate with the conversations we've already been having this afternoon, but also draw heavily from 2 edited volumes that I've published. So we're including research from over 50 studies, about 100 global scholars who have all been taking up these questions of what it means to truly value difference in our organizations. And there are 3 interrelated steps that are critical for valuing difference: acknowledging, affirming, and acting. So I'm going to talk about what those 3 things look like. My most recent edited volume, Race, Work, and Leadership, New Perspectives on the Black Experience, includes, as you can see, several leading thinkers, including Stacey Blake Beard, and thrilled and delighted to have this opportunity to share a segment with her, some of which will include research that she and I conducted together on the experiences of Black and Brown healthcare professionals in the Boston area years ago when I lived in Boston. So thank you very much, Dr. Reed. Thank you, Dr. Morgan, for inviting me to this space. I think it's important that we do bring in what we've referenced here, the social science perspective, because of the interrelatedness between our economic sectors, our educational sector, housing, the justice system, and of course, health. So the Business Roundtable constitutes CEOs from the leading corporations in the US, and they have all committed to advancing racial justice in a wide range of sectors because they understand the conversations that we're having today have implications for the viability of our economy and the livelihood of our communities, broadly stated. So we know that there are longstanding and perpetual problems with respect to wealth inequality. There's a considerable gap in terms of income, and it's growing as a result of the COVID pandemic. The wage gap as a function of occupations and pay inequality and racism has largely remained unchanged for decades. And again, the numbers are even more sobering given the impact of the coronavirus pandemic. When we start to talk about diversity broadly stated, we lose some of the nuance in this conversation. It's important for us to understand around these issues of racial justice that the experiences of Black professionals are different than the experiences of people of Hispanic or Latino origin, of Asian origin, and so forth. I'll speak to this a bit in the research. Look at what's happening at our senior executive levels. So we can see that Black executives comprise only about 3% of all senior executives. That number 3% should sound familiar to us because we've heard it reflected in the representation numbers around leadership in healthcare. How many Black deans are there? What are the percentages of Black faculty members and so forth? There seems to be a ceiling. And this presents a conundrum for us because as a society, as a set of industries, as an economy, and within healthcare and medicine, we're all yearning for the value of diversity. So acknowledging and recognizing that diversity of thought does jolt us into cognitive action in ways that homogeneity simply does not, as was concluded determinatively by a dear friend, Catherine Phillips, in her piece, How Diversity Makes Us Smarter. But the lived experience fails to deliver on that promise in many ways. And so part of what I've been writing about this year is that disconnect between the promise of hiring a diverse workforce or bringing in more culturally competent professionals, but not doing the work, the actual work within our organizations of valuing difference. Because this is where the mentoring, the sponsorship, coaching comes in, the relational work. So the relational work takes two forms. Even if we're pursuing this business case for diversity because we believe that diverse perspectives and experiences and shared cultural context allows us to make better decisions about patient care, about innovation, about developing and testing vaccines, even more immediately. All of those things that help us to understand why, from an instrumental perspective, diversity pays off. We still don't want to put in the work in making the investment for building relationships. We get stuck or paralyzed with what Stacy talked about, the protective hesitation and the protective defensiveness. And so we underinvest in building a diverse workforce, but we expect to receive these significant or tremendous returns. There's also a moral case for just doing the right thing. And we think about the kind of harm that has been inflicted upon Black and Brown people, often by medical institutions. I heard Dr. Morgan present a lecture earlier this summer. Was it this summer or this fall? But it was about Reconstruction and the medical profession and the ways in which physicians had perpetuated significant harms against Black people while they were enslaved and even post-enslavement. That calls attention to another form of relational work around restoration that should be a part of our conversation. So if we as institutions are truly trying to move forward and make mentoring, coaching, and sponsorship more than a voluntary one-off exchange, but really baked into the system, we need to keep top of mind the moral case as well as the business case for doing so. Now, within our empirical research, we identified a number of challenges that Black professionals face. These are challenges that appeared in the studies of Black professionals in healthcare organizations, in higher education, in financial services, in nonprofits and community organizing. It was surprising to us to find these same patterns emerging across so many different sectors. So I want to offer that as part of our discussion today. But I categorize them in terms of the 4 A's, and I'm not going to go into a tremendous amount of detail because we've covered them in such rich detail today. But access, which is often what we associate with the diversity conversations. We need to increase representation. We need to build up our pipeline. There's authenticity. There have been references today around inclusion and belonging, right? Can I truly bring my full self to work? What does it mean for us to make our medical institutions and our hospitals more inclusive, where people feel that they can belong? Advancement. Can I really get ahead? And this is one of the key insights in the piece that Stacy and I wrote, which is included in Race, Work, and Leadership with the healthcare professionals in the Boston area. So they found themselves sort of caught in this dynamic where they were being attracted and recruited into clinical care positions that would meet underserved communities. But they were overlooked when it was time to pick new leaders within the organizations. So in their healthcare institutions, many of them actually chose to leave Boston entirely or chose to leave healthcare entirely, which we saw earlier today with the attrition data that was presented, because they felt that they could not advance. The system was not meritocratic. There was not a sense of equity. They didn't get the quality feedback they needed. They didn't get the opportunities that they needed to advance and succeed. And then the last piece around authority and accountability is probably what drew me to this body of research in the first place. Being the daughter of an orthopedic surgeon, Randall Morgan, and the sister of a pediatrician, Sharon Morgan Robinson, who's in the North Shore in Evanston, I watched both of them and their peers of Black doctors talk about their repeated experiences with microaggressions. So it wasn't just enough to get the degree. it was moving through the hospitals during medical school or while practicing medicine and continually facing racial microaggressions, being mistaken for someone of lower status and therefore being treated with less respect by the patient's families, for instance. So going through this very challenging medical education environment and carrying the weight of negative stereotypes along with them. In addition, often they were receiving the career advice that either indicated lowered expectations or sort of pigeonholed, or what I call resource exploitative expectations. So yes, you are of Latino descent, so you can go and serve the Spanish-speaking patient community, but we'll only value you for that, the quote unquote diverse aspect of your role, not for the full range and scope of your skills, your talents, and your abilities. So these kinds of dynamics undermine authority. The systems are not held accountable, and Black physicians and other healthcare administrators are carrying a burden of a cognitive tax, an emotional tax. They're feeling less connected. And so this promise of diversity that will bring a set of resources which will help to benefit the patients, help to benefit our societies, that actually becomes undermined because the individuals on a day-to-day basis are feeling that they have to suppress aspects of their identities. They can't be their full, authentic, Black, brown, female, working class origin self, or whatever the constitution of identities they may have that are important to them. They have to tuck those away behind this mask, right? So the mask is serving two purposes. It's not just, filtering to protect the other party, but it's also a defensive mechanism that they use, and rightly so, to protect themselves. But at the end of the day, they're feeling less connected. So where do we go wrong? And this is one of the last pieces before I'll offer a couple of recommendations and we can open up for conversation. When we're designing initiatives to address the challenges that I just shared around access, authenticity, advancement, and authority, we, just like in summer 2020, we immediately become very concerned about violence and oppression of Black people, right? When we center the Black experience and we really take in the full extent of enslavement, of medical experimentation, of persistent lack of access to affordable health care, of a lack of access to medical education and leadership, we're moved, we're compelled to start making personal and institutional changes in service of greater freedom and equality for Black people. But what happens within our institutions, and it actually doesn't take long, it's only been 6 months since George Floyd's murder. And this pivot has already happened in a sharp way. And I know that Stacey will agree, and many of you who've been in the leadership conversations have seen it as well. And I see it when we start designing these specialized mentorship, sponsorship, and coaching programs and organizations. I'm telling you, I'm working for some right now with consulting with some of the largest companies in the world. And they start out in June, July, developing specialized programs for high performing, not high potential, high performing Black professionals that they want to retain. And then in a matter of months, it turns into whataboutism. Well, you're going to follow me, right? So, well, what about this marginalized group? Well, what about that marginalized group? Well, what about, I said, wait a minute now. What's the problem we're trying to solve? I thought that we were still, have we solved this problem? Have we, addressed the attrition gap yet? for Black professionals between the entry level and the VP level? Well, we've got these, and fill in the blank. So the injustice and marginalization of other groups, we start to broaden the aperture. Nothing wrong with that in principle, as long as it does not shift our attention and emphasis away from addressing the violence and oppression of Black people. And over time, then we become more and more inclusive, where we're including everything, and therefore we're not really addressing much of anything but the comfort level and the needs of the people who are most powerful. So in compelling people to act in this work, I return to these 3 zones of action. It obviously takes more than data, because we have 400 plus years of chasing freedom. And if we want people to invest in building relationships and betting on our potential, we need them to engage their head, their hearts, and their hands. So acknowledging how race shapes careers, organizations, societies, and our lives, affirming the value of racial diversity and underrepresented minorities' potential for growth and advancement, and then acting to directly and indirectly create a climate where racial diversity, inclusion, equity, and justice can thrive. And that climate is incidentally going to benefit everyone. That's the positive spillover of centering race and addressing racial injustice. We create a healthier climate for everyone. So I invite leaders to take up this affirmation as they move forward in their relational work. Acknowledging the presence of bias and affirming the value of difference will not diminish the worth of my contributions or the validity of my hardships. Okay, for more specific examples of engaging head, hands, and heart, there are several. We've covered so many today. Again, I won't spend a lot of time here. This is just by way of summary, and then we'll have a little bit of time for a little extra time for our conversation. So by way of head, just expanding beyond that business case, or in medical education, really just calling into question this narrative around cultural competence and the limitations of it. Because in an instrumental frame, that type of logic can lead people's careers to be confined and pigeonholed, rather than really encouraging them to grow and develop and become their full and best selves in organizations. And in addition, it's ahistorical. It's nice to look at the present and try to address present issues and challenges, but there's some restorative work that is required for people to keep their foot on the gas pedal as we do this work. There's plenty for us to do. Taking caution with the one-size-fits-all approach to diversity, because it just tends to shift people back into their comfort zone, which is in helping to build up and placate the dominant group, rather than really addressing those who are most vulnerable and those who are on the margins. Having these conversations, creating cultures of inquiry around race. One of the things people do in service of protective hesitation and defensiveness is to avoid talking about race altogether. So I'm probably over the top these days in the extent to which I talk about race and what I think and how I feel, but it's because it's important for us to model that. There are ways to engage in these conversations that can help increase our understanding in psychologically safe ways. Many of the others we talked about, I do want to shift to the personal for what each of us can do as individuals, just remaining open to learning in that same spirit of having the real conversations about race, being curious about your organization's practices in this case, using data-based decision-making about your patterns for admissions, for promotion, for collaboration and funding and so forth. Calling out subtle and overt forms of racism. And invite people to tell you their story. What does race mean to you? Why, or what's your why for engaging in this work, in this partnership? So I have 3 images here of the University of Virginia, and they represent different crossroads for me and my why in this work right now. The biggest image that you'll see here is the newly installed memorial to enslaved laborers. And that is significant because on my mother's side of the family, she has traced our family origins to Rosa and Reuben Barber, whom we know were cooks at the University of Virginia in the 19th century. That's part of my why. I graduated from UVA in 1996, and I returned to the faculty a little over a year ago, and here are my littles who were here with me in Charlottesville picking up my new computer. So a lot of symbolism there. But what really struck me is also what was happening in this moment at this memorial, that in respect for White Coats for Black Lives, a number of members of the UVA health system came out, took a knee for 8 minutes and 46 seconds in June in honor of George Floyd's life and the work that we all have to do together. And so I've been using this image in many of my conversations over the past several months, but I thought today it was especially significant and symbolic to bring that in. So I will invite the dialogues now. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Morgan Roberts and Dr. Blake Beard. 2 wonderful presentations, and really began to really pull things together from the dyad conversations we had, and I think also address the fact that we still have a journey, a road to go as a people. So in terms of questions, I don't know if there are things in the chat and the Q&A. I think that I put 2 in. I had one for Dr. Blake Beard, and I had a question about coaches, and in terms of, is there just should someone have just one coach or more coaches? Are there more than one needs in one's career and professional development? Is it a team sport?
That's a great question, and definitely your question already leads us to some of the response, which is that it's definitely a team sport. It's definitely a way that you're going to get support. You'll need different support at different times in your career, right? And so as you're entering whatever your field is, as you're entering where your profession is, I loved hearing from the 3 relationships earlier, and how the mentors just opened doors, how they offered advice, how they asked questions, right, as they were helping to guide and direct these really spectacular professionals in terms of their life, right? And so it's definitely not a one size fits all. It's definitely not like you will need it and then all of a sudden you stop needing it. In fact, many of the people who we heard from have then gone on to become mentors themselves, or coaches themselves, or sponsors themselves. And so this is a lifelong a journey that is on top of, or really the information that Laura shared is really this backdrop about why it's important to have more than one mentor, more than one coach, more than one sponsor, how these are interrelated and they're never ending. It's definitely a team sport. That's a great question. Thank you.
There's also the way in which we create a network and a team for each other. And so I wanted to offer a little more personal connection around this. So I met Stacy when I was an undergraduate student at the University of Virginia. And my advisor, Dr. Robert Sellers, was an alum of the University of Michigan, and he was then a professor at UVA. and he knew that he was an African American, I should have said that. And so he knew that I wanted to get a PhD in psychology, and I was interested in organizational psychology. And he had overlapped with Stacy at Michigan, so he told me to call Stacy. So I cold called Stacy, and Stacy from that moment literally adopted me. She sent me everything when I was applying for grad school. She sent me her spreadsheet. It's like, here are all the schools I applied to. This is what you send, and so on and so forth. Then when it was time for the job market, Stacy was a professor at Harvard. I was interviewing. I think, when I moved to Boston, Stacy was already there in Boston. So it just continues to create this, what we call a multiplex set of relationships where the relationships support each other and serve multiple purposes. So at times, Stacy has been peer mentor, she has been big sister, she has been coach, and she has been sponsor. And I'm deeply grateful for that.
Laura, thank you. So from what we talked about earlier, it goes both ways, right? That indeed, Laura has been a mentor to me, having me be involved in her book. Laura is quite esteemed as a scholar and extremely prolific in terms of her publication record. And so, gosh, I am appreciative of all the different ways that she's involved me and really her in her career. And that, but that we always have Go Blue. We always have that to go back to.
I know there are other questions that are coming in. Dr. Curtin, do you want to read them or you want us to read them?
Why don't you read them, actually, because I wonder if I'm seeing them all.
Okay, so I know you put in one, so I'm going to read that one. I'm going to read yours. You said, how do we approach unconscious bias, microaggression in the academic corporate workplace? Is there a roadmap? There is. It depends on your frame of reference and your sphere of influence. At the most simple level, you could say, if you're a bystander, if you see something, say something. I mean, we tend to see and experience a lot of cringeworthy moments, and we don't say anything about them. We don't speak up because we're concerned about what somebody might think of us or someone's feelings might be hurt. So one of the simplest things that one can do is just to be on alert, to be vigilant about a stereotypical comment, even if it's in the form of a joke or teasing. Gosh, I just think of so many examples on rounding when attending physicians or other residents make really negative and disparaging comments about patients. And, they are just gutting for medical students who can identify with those patients and their families. And they feel like they don't have the power to say anything in those moments. And we understand why. If you're someone who has more power and influence in those moments, try to be more vigilant and advocate on behalf of that individual. The other way that you come at that question is if you're the direct target of the microaggression and not the bystander. I guess the short version of that would be pick your battles. But I did write a couple of Harvard Business Review articles over the summer that provided some tips around how you might be able to bring something to somebody's attention without saying, you're a horrible person. Stacy mentioned ladder of inference earlier, which is you hear somebody say something offensive and then you leap to, you're a terrible person. How could you say something like that? One of the things that you could do as an alternate path is to just pause, call attention, and inquire. Like, oh, wow, what made you say that? And there's open up the possibility for another roadmap, but I'll put the links in the chat. For those two pieces that could be a little more helpful in like step-by-step scripts.
Thank you. That's wonderful. We actually have quite a few questions in the chat box. One coming from Kristen Atkins, who's asking, how would you recommend reaching out to young faculty in other departments if there aren't clear avenues? She's a professor and white and interested in willing to mentor and sponsor if she can be helpful?
I'll jump in. I mean, I think that professionals who are coming up are always looking for different ways that they can get access and support and help from others. And so part of it will be just letting people know that you're available, right? And that would be the different activities, who you invite in, the different activities that you sponsor, the different ways that you send out messages that, hey, I'm here, because people won't naturally assume that you are. We make all kinds of assumptions. We make assumptions about where it is that we can get support. And so what I would ask is that you are thoughtful about how you present yourself as a source of support. What that means is going into places where you will find people across difference, offering opportunities that you know will draw in people across difference, being explicit about the fact that you want to support across dimensions of difference, right? And so that's to help people get over the natural walls and boundaries that we put up. And remember, I said some of those boundaries are put up because we're trying to protect ourselves. And remember, sometimes we need protection. So it's not that you're just there and they're just up for no reason. We are trying to protect ourselves. So how is it that you say, hey, pull down that wall because I can help and I will be helped. I will benefit from connecting with you. Yeah. So I think that absolutely. But there's some work on the part of you if you want to really show that you care and that you want to do something.
Stacy, you have a prompt here to share about your book that you posted the image on your last slide.
Yeah. So so that book written with a colleague, and Laura is part of that book. I think we make sure that we include one another in our efforts. And from a colleague at University of Pittsburgh, Audrey Morell, and we were just so excited about bringing together a space for scholars to talk about the experiences of mentoring across difference. Because when I started my graduate program back in 1989, people did not talk about mentoring across difference. It was white men mentoring other white men, right? And we were just letting white women in. Just so there was nothing talking about the experiences of people of color being mentored across fields. And so Dr. Audrey Morell and I put together a collection of research from scholars globally, actually, to help us understand what's going on. I spent a fair amount of time in India and started doing research looking at India and what's going on there with mentoring. So one of the things that I appreciate about the book and about my research is that these are not concepts or issues that are only here in the United States. We know this because of the group that we are, that this is international. And so thanks for the prompt. I love the work that we did. As I said, Laura's part of it. And the book is, I can put the link up for it.
Very well. And actually a question from Dr. Randall Morgan. It's for both Dr. Blake Beard and Dr. Morgan Roberts. Is there a difference in the importance of mentoring for PhD students and graduates and career success when compared to medical graduates?
Laura, I'm going to let you take that one.
Well, let's see. So with mentoring and medical graduates, so I guess it's interesting. There's a tension with medical graduates in terms of whether or not you're pursuing a career in academic medicine, or if you're pursuing a career that is primarily or almost exclusively clinical. And so there are a couple of elements that tend to draw Black students toward away from academic medicine and more so into the primarily patient serving spheres. One is financial. So there are loan payoff programs and incentives for practicing in underserved communities. But again, the conflation here is those underserved communities don't tend to be the highest status communities. So if you have a servant's heart, you feel that you have to choose between pursuing a path in academic medicine versus serving the community. this was something that came up in an article that I published. My dissertation was on Black medical students' experiences around the stereotyping and the cognitive emotional tasks that I mentioned earlier. But a follow-up study that I conducted in conjunction with Student National Medical Association was ultimately published in Academic Medicine several years ago. And in that study, the students talked about this tension in their definitions of success. Do I serve the community, or do I go into academic medicine? I have this financial incentive. I'm in so much debt right now that I can't afford to continue this longer path toward academic medicine. So there's a crossroad, and mentors, I think, may struggle with helping students to understand how they can pursue various paths and still feel like they're contributing to the community and to the cause. There are parallels in PhD training as well. Do you want to pursue a tenure track career at a Research One institution, or do you want to do something with your degree that's going to enable you to, live and serve more in the world of practice? By and large, the academic mentors are most supportive of students who say they want to do what those mentors are doing. So if you show yourself to be a mini-me in any way, shape, or form, like you want to have your own lab in an R1 institution and become a department chair and so forth, then I'll probably invest a little bit more in time and energy into you. If you want to do something different, serve the community, go into consulting, what have you, probably not going to get as much attention or service. So these are some of the complexities that I think may, Dr. Morgan, create more similarity when it comes down to Black students feeling like they're not getting the support and encouragement that they need to pursue success on their terms.
I see another question, and it's tied to what Laura talked about, if you don't mind me speaking to that. So the question around the differences of advising across, mentoring across dimensions of diversity and race and ethnicity, and speaks to some of what Laura just talked about. I mean, if you think about it, there's, if we look at the mentoring literature, it talks about mentoring occurring in different phases or stages. And the first part is this initiation stage where I have to figure out, how do I connect to you? How do you connect to me? I have to be willing to be vulnerable. I have to be willing to really share, and to even the challenging parts, even the things that I might not necessarily like. So there are 4 stages. The second stage is what we would call cultivation. And that means that you've gotten past the who are you, who am I? You already have then decided we can do work together. So you see the maximum amount of those career and psychosocial functions that I talked about. Then what can happen is what we call separation. And that means that something's happened. We've moved apart from one another. There's a disappointment. There's something, and we are now moving apart. So there's this separation. And from there, both mentors or mentees or coaches and coachees have to decide, do we get back together? Is this a relationship worth recommitting to? And so I think that in terms of speaking to how is it that we mentor across differences, is that you better believe it's not going to be easy, and that there will in fact be times when you move apart from one another. That's inevitable. You are going to move apart. The critical aspect then becomes, do you decide to figure out why it's important for you to come back together again, for you to move back from separation? And so I appreciate the questions, and I also appreciate the way that Laura's talked about this with the understanding that it's not easy. You have to figure out, how do you make connections? And just what I want to add is, you can be definite that there will be some separation. It's how is it that you figure out how to come back?
Thank you so much.
I see we're about out of time. I did answer a couple of questions in the chat I typed in.
We actually go until 4, so.
Oh, I thought it was a discussion block, so I didn't know if that was a different discussion. Oh, okay.
Your presentations were until 3:30, and we were supposed to start the discussion at 3:30, but now we can continue the flow.
Oh, well, here we go.
Great.
With that being said, Dr. Roberts, this one is directed to you.
Okay.
They're wondering what model of doing a business case are you thinking about? A superb case development includes looking at 3 elements, broadly speaking: representation of intellectual capital, organizational effectiveness, and leveraging and innovation. It says, I do agree, though, that even the best business cases do not motivate organizations to change. I found it's about the schooling and strategist of the orgs in charge of processes, then letting these folks lead.
Right. So the model, I'm not quite sure the superb case development that includes the 3 elements. I think I'm following, but please let me know if I'm not. So there are 3 outcomes that we really care about. Perhaps from a performance and sustainability standpoint. And with that, I would agree. It's about the intellectual capital. So are we, growing and developing a set of cognitive resources that are enabling us with problem solving? Around organizational effectiveness, I think of questions with respect to efficiency. So what people who are on the margins are able to offer is that outsider view or that outsider's perspective that, asks what some might think is the seemingly obvious, ask questions of what others would take for granted as, the seemingly obvious traditions or conventions. Oh, that's just the way we do things. It's like, oh, well, why? Why do you do it that way? Is there a better way to do it? Is there a different way to do it? So from a business outcome, we want to create a context where people are able to call into question your routines and your practices and use those as a basis for creating more efficiencies. And then when it comes to innovation, so much of medicine is about the process of discovery and exploration and trying to understand systems level challenges, within the human body, within systems level responses in terms of how teams of caregivers can work together to identify and address very complex challenges, like, for instance, developing a COVID-19 vaccine in record time. Clearly, diversity of thought and perspective helped with that outcome as well. The last that I would add when I'm talking about a superb model of a business case is one that takes into account sustainability. So it's how are we continuing to grow and develop a diverse and representative set of leaders who will help us to operate in a way that builds society to be stronger and more viable and supporting our communities. So we hear about this a lot, for instance, in terms of the environmental emphasis and, emphasis on climate. And, we could be efficient, we could be innovative, we can have a lot of exciting new ideas, and we could destroy the environment if we're only focusing on short-term outcomes. So what are the long-term implications of the way we're doing business? Here within healthcare, I think about wage inequality. I think about the fact that over 70% of the lowest wage, lowest status workers in healthcare system are women of color. I think about their hyper exposure to all forms of toxicity. And if our business case for diversity is only about having more, forgive me for just putting your name out there, but more Randall Morgans, more Joan Reeds, more Orlando Curtins, more Laura Morgan Roberts, and then we declare victory, that's short-sighted. We're not addressing the systemic challenges that are undermining our health and vitality as a society, more broadly stated. So how do we take up this work in a way that also addresses the unique experiences, challenges, and hardships of people from various class levels. Adia Harvey Wingfield's research around the intersections of race, gender, and class among healthcare professionals is groundbreaking in this respect. She's looked in other sectors as well, but her latest book, I'm going to type in the chat for you to follow up on that. But when I think about, and I know it's a long answer, but I feel like it was a really packed question. But when I think about a superb case that really brings together that moral perspective and the desirable business outcomes, it means that we are thinking about the whole system.
Laura, to jump in and add to that, in a lot of the diversity research in which I've participated or which I've seen is what are the costs of not doing that, of not paying attention, and that if we look at, there's been a fair amount of research looking at the organizational implications of not paying attention, and the organizations that do fare better along a number of different institutional outcomes in terms of retention, in terms of advancement, in terms of reputation, in terms of all these different things. And so it's not only it's not only what we gain, it's what we lose out on. It's what the possible costs are if we don't pay attention to diversity and all that's bringing to the table.
Dr. Joan Reed had a question on the chat.
Sure. I asked one of my questions, if you could speak specifically to issues around advancing Blacks to leadership positions within organizations. And we know that oftentimes people are sort of picked out early on for certain kinds of exposures, experiences, different kinds of things that set them up for advancement. But what do we know about what it takes to move Black men and women into leadership?
Good question.
You want to start, Stacey?
No, you go ahead and start, Laura.
So I'm going to cross-reference that the Boston study, because I think we learned a lot about this. One of the barriers is lack of socialization into leadership and administration. So just because you're a gifted medical care provider, you are not automatically a skilled manager or administrator. But given the professional underrepresentation of Black adults in managerial and administrative roles, many of our medical students and medical graduates did not grow up with people talking about business and management and administration and leadership challenges and dilemmas around the dinner table. So they feel that they're somewhat late to the party in terms of the informal socialization required to jump into these leadership roles and be able to hit the ground running, knowing that internally, as we've mentioned all day, they often don't get access to the mentoring and the socialization, from other members of the organization. So that was one piece. They tried to compensate in positive ways by pursuing higher education. There are often, we found, this is a different population, but conducted a study of 50 years of Black graduates from Harvard Business School. And in some of those decades, we compared the characteristics of the Black HBS students to their non-Black counterparts and found that they had more pedigree from a resume standpoint. They had graduated from higher ranked universities upon admission to HBS. They had studied business as undergraduate degrees before coming into HBS. And they had, they were more likely to have joint degrees. While they were getting their MBA from Harvard, they were also at the law school or the med school or the Kennedy School or so forth. So there are ways in which people are compensating, and not in a negative way, but they're just, they're investing more in education and trying to get formal training to fit in for what they're not getting. The other dynamic was, we talked about positive relationships and not having access to positive relationships. A lot of them were actively discouraged at various points in their lives and careers from pursuing college, pursuing medical school, pursuing any kind of leadership roles. I have one quote from our study where someone says, I was told not to be too ambitious. Why would I want to aspire to a higher level of leadership? Here it is. Don't worry about moving forward. You're too ambitious. Yeah, those are the same traits I see in my white colleagues, but they never get called ambitious. That was one of the participants in the healthcare study.
Dr. Morgan Roberts, since you actually are there, there's actually a comment talking about the function disparity where Black faculty are hired for one title but forced to function at a lower level. And do you have any advice to speak to them who are actually currently in that position right now?
So, part of this, I think, is about strategically managing visibility. And that's something that Stacy and I have written about as well, because it really does fit in here. Part of forming developmental relationships is learning how to develop and cultivate your brand so that people are attracted to you. So they want to bet on your potential because they recognize and acknowledge your contribution. So when we're feeling overwhelmed and feeling defensive, we adopt a strategy that undermines our advancement. And that strategy is, I'm going to put my head down and let my work speak for itself. It generally doesn't pan out that way. It's having to be proactive in building relationships, taking the initiative with networking. I'll post a link to another article that I published recently on how we can network effectively in ways that still feel authentic for us. They don't feel icky, but they help other people to know what we're working on. So if we're being transparent about all the things we're working on and frame that in terms of leadership, that will help people to understand our strengths and contributions a little bit more. And then perhaps it'll also help us to set boundaries when we need to set boundaries, when we're coming in and other folks are trying to pile everything on us. And, we can make a clear case for why we shouldn't or, can't be asked to do all of that. Stacy, what do you think?
Well, it's tying in with some of what you're saying, which is I talked about the concept of intersectionality earlier on. And this really speaks to our acknowledgement and our making sure that others pay attention to the fact that we show up as more than one thing when we're there. We show up as a woman. We show up as a person of color. We show up as a scholar. We show up as all these different identity dimensions, and that we need to pay attention. We need to let others know. So the work on intersectionality by Kimberly Crenshaw was based out of looking at the experiences of women of color, of Black women, and how they were treated differently because they were both Black and women. And so this acknowledgement of ourselves and making sure that we really pay attention, because we can be discriminated against, put down for any one of those dimensions. I really appreciate, Laura, your comment on how we're strategic in terms of we manage that and our networking.
Yeah. And I mean, and those are strategies around individual agency, and it's important that we, retain that sense of empowerment and that we have individual agencies. And so we don't offer that to undermine or to erase the problems of structural racism that Hannah is reminding us of, here in the chat, that given the challenges of structural racism, how do we navigate this context? So another popular topic this summer has been allyship, right? So it's like, what can I do for agency for myself and empowerment? But then also, how do I find the right allies who will help to lead this work? And they can do it in ways that, because of their privilege, they're more protected And, you know, we're more vulnerable as Black faculty when we're sort of out here doing this work. How do you know when there's somebody who's willing to take up some of the covering for you and advocate for you? I listen out for the word on the street. I appreciate when people come back and tell me what somebody said about me behind my back, because then I know, oh, okay, that's a green light. That's an ally. I can count on that person. And otherwise I wouldn't know. So listening out for that and trying to find those allies, or what I call the green lights, to help change the structures.
Yeah, Dr. or Morgan, now, yeah, allies and confidants. I want to throw confidants in there in terms of their place.
Yeah, you need people who you can go to, right? Who you know that they are sources of real authentic feedback, real place to have a conversation, but that it's not going to go be spread on the street, right? So there's the confidant.
Yeah, I mean, that was so important to me when I started my faculty career. So I graduated from University of Michigan, and then my first faculty position was Harvard Business School. And I was an assistant professor teaching organizational behavior. I was 27. The average age of my students were 27. At one point, one student looked at me and said, "I'm trying to figure out what I did wrong because you're standing there and I'm sitting here." And here's the catch. That was a Black woman who said it. So there were all kind of dynamics that were playing out there. And Stacy and I would get together and we would drink cheap wine. I won't tell you what kind, so you won't tease us, because that was back in the day. But we would have our sweatpants and cheap wine nights where we could just sit back and have real talk about what was going on. Because when you're one of the only, the spotlight is so bright and people are intensely intrigued by what's happening to you and with you. And so that confidant was so important.
Thanks for the reminder, Laura. I was at Harvard's Graduate School of Education at the time, and we really did get together with the sweatpants and cheap wine and talk about and support each other. And that support was critical. I still remember 20 years later how important it was. So thanks for the reminder, Laura, and thank you, Orlando, for the confidant importance of that. It is important.
There's actually a continuation question to add to the question regarding institutional mentoring. Is anyone doing it well now? Specifically looking for a mentor training framework or even consultant service. We are struggling with interest from faculty, but a disconnect on understanding their impact.
Yeah, so there's not any one location that I would say. There are certain practices that we know, particularly if you're doing it formally, and that is oftentimes people put together programs and they think because, oh, we care about mentoring and this is important, let's just throw people together. Mistake. So doesn't work, right? People assume that mentors know what to do. Mentors don't always know what to do. They need work and help and support in terms of thinking about how to enter this formal relationship as much as mentees do. And so when I'm working with organizations, I want to see, are they willing to do an orientation where they actually have training for both the mentor and the mentee? Everybody needs help getting into this relationship. And I find that a lot of times people don't want to do the orientation, that those programs don't do as well, right? So is there a real orientation session for both people, for both roles, and that there needs to be attention paid there? And you'd be surprised how many people, oh, it's be cheaper, or we don't want to do that, and how those programs don't do well.
There's another set of questions talking about institutional reward. And maybe either of you could talk about that. What are some of the kinds of things that institutions could do to recognize sort of work in this space? And how can you use these award systems to enhance inclusive excellence was the question.
Laura, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Well, I think, I'm of two minds when I'm coming at these questions now in 2020, because, I'm still relatively young compared to so many of the champions who have been doing this work so much longer. But, even for me, I've seen an ebb and flow. Stacy and I mentioned that we both graduated from the University of Michigan. U of M has had a long road on the battlefield of doing this work and setting explicit targets and valuing diversity explicitly and holistically and holding itself accountable as an institution for achieving those targets. That's why they got sued. So some of it is that we put in practice, we collectively learned in the 90s, started to be very aggressive and in applying the findings of Stacy's dissertation, for instance, and they gained traction. That's how a lot of Gen Xers got into the room. Now, I just want to put us in context to look at the numbers even around Black male medical education right now and see that there are fewer Black men in medical school now than there were, 30 years ago, Dad, I think? So that's some of the things we did, we've tried them and they worked. And there was a response to that was adverse or negative. So just wanted to throw that one in there. But in terms of saying what else can we do, to like reinvigorate those kinds of programs and initiatives, it's those same basic steps. It's one, buying into the value of diversity and being explicit about it from a scientific standpoint, and not equivocating around that. It's looking at holistically at the characteristics that people bring and defining leadership competencies through the lens of inclusion. So if you can't lead across differences, if you can't manage across differences, if you can't grow and develop people from diverse backgrounds, then you're not capable of leading, or you're not reaching the standards or expectations of leadership as have been set. So many corporations are putting those kinds of criteria in place now. They're setting financial targets around hiring and promotion. The NASDAQ just announced that if corporations want to be listed on the NASDAQ exchange, they will have to disclose the racial and gender composition of their boards. And by 4 years, their board has to include at least 2 what they call diverse candidates. One is a woman, and who self-identifies as woman. And the second is a person who, this is a little bit of the ringer, is an underrepresented minority or self-identifies as LGBTQ. Now, I don't know how you put all of that in the same bucket. So there obviously still a lot of questions about targets and the extent to which we're having mission creep and, not really keeping a square focus. But bottom line, we're being a lot more explicit about setting expectations, tying them to CEO compensation, to other types of visibility and credentialing, through the industry more broadly, and then rewarding individuals within organizations who are engaging in this work.
We have about 5 minutes left. Do we have any other questions that we want to have from the panelists for each other before we take another question from the audience?
We can ask each other a question?
Yes,
okay.
last chance for each other.
What are you hopeful about as we go into 2021? With respect to this work and with respect to this moment, what are you hopeful about?
I'm hopeful that people realize how important this is, that our future, our very viability, all these things are actually really dependent on the type of work that you and I do, Laura, on raising out and making visible that we're not just doing or saying this just because it's nice, or it really speaks to how we're going to move ahead, particularly as we look at the challenges that we're facing with the dynamics that are changing with COVID, with all these different things. I guess I'm scared and hopeful and excited and pissed all at the same time, right? That's what I would say.
Yeah.
What about you?
Yeah. Same. I mean, I'm hopeful that we're talking. That makes me hopeful. When we were working on the book, the Race, Work, and Leadership book, we essentially made a moral case to Harvard Business Publishing for why they should publish the book. Because we told them, we know this is a niche book and it's not really a hot topic. Business leaders don't like talking about race at all. And this was in like 2018 or something when they signed on to the contract. And so now here we are in 2020 and people are actually having these conversations in more public and intergroup forums than they've ever had before. So it does make me hopeful that through directly engaging and learning with each other that we can really become smarter and wiser and kinder in this work.
Kinder, yes, kinder, yeah.
That's the theme for 2021.
There you go.
Well, Dr. Curtin, your volume is a little low.
Can't hear you.
Oh, yes. This is fabulous. This is, I want to get your comments. This, and you kind of alluded to this, that this is a moment. This may well be, a generational or maybe a multi-generational opportunity with what has gone on with the Floyd, with brutality, with COVID. With really the real recognition of the true disparities, injustices that we've not really been able to solve for 400 years, and this time around we seem to have allies in terms of our majority colleagues and the population. Is this the time that they really put the metal to the pedal to the metal? Is this our time to really drive this home, that there really has to be a transformative change in just how this country views people of color?
To just, Orlando, I appreciate the kind of the putting your finger on, like, hey, where are we with this? For me, it's just not a U.S. thing. It's so global, as I do work around the world, that this is not just a U.S.-based thing. Like, we really don't have a choice about this if we're going to move forward. And in fact, it's not that we don't have a choice. There's so many benefits. I love the work that Laura's done to point to that. But it's not even just a U.S.-based thing. This is global, that we're dealing with these issues, right? And so that is this particular moment, that this recognition that this is not just a US-based thing and that we absolutely must move forward, right? Yeah, Laura, what do you think?
I agree. And, just to level set on our expectations in this moment as well. I think when Barack Obama was elected president, in spite of the tenor and the permeance of, racial violence and so many forms of injustice, a lot of folks just kind of declared victory and, alleviated themselves of moral conscience in this space and in this work. And so I do think that the past 4 years and even the past several weeks have been a wake-up call to many people that, representation is one piece and there is, continued progress, but it's a journey. And so we remain committed because it's a journey.
Thank you.
All right, co-chairs, you have the final words, closing remarks.
Randall, why don't you start?
All right. Well, certainly I want to thank Dr. Curtin, as well as Dr. Blake Beard and Dr. Morgan Roberts for a superb panel and discussion today. I think this has been, I guess what I would call two things. One, it's been a unique experience, probably not what some of our attendees thought they signed up for when they registered for the meeting, but we've had excellent attendance throughout the meeting and a great deal of questions and provocative thinking. And so we're very pleased that that's occurred. Also, I think in the spirit of Stacy's talk, I will say that I think we've had an intersectional education. We've had knowledge coming from many different directions, and we understand how that knowledge impacts perhaps what knowledge we already have, or it stimulates our need to learn more and to read more. And so I think that it's been good sometimes to just listen to discussions, to feel the interaction between people. But it also gives us some clues, I think, in terms of how we can have better organizations in our medical world. And that includes hospitals, that includes medical schools, and certainly includes commercial organizations as well. And then there's the importance of knowledge and skill and basic science, and the merging of basic science with medicine to create incredible careers, as we have seen among so many young scholars today, the mentees, who I think will just give us great excitement about their futures, as well as these, I'll have to say, young scholars and professors who have spoken this afternoon. So I think I'm very pleased with how things have gone. And I'm sure that Joan is as well as our committee. And so I will turn it over to Joan at this point for her comments as we get ready for tomorrow's session. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to extend my same set of thank you to Drs. Curtin, Blake Beard, and Morgan Roberts, and to all of the speakers who shared their wisdom and their passion and their deep commitment to real change today. I think this was an important conversation. We spend a good deal of time talking about our students and how to increase the number of students and the representation in our graduate schools and our medical schools and in those spaces. But we must at all times keep in mind that the arc has to continue beyond that. And it's not just getting a degree, but going beyond the degree. And looking at transition, looking at those places where, because of something on a societal level, an institutional level, what individuals are doing, the culture, the environment, the ways in which that hinders us truly achieving this diversity, inclusion, and belonging, are truly addressing our history of institutionalized racism, hinders us addressing those things that stop us from being all that we could be. And so I want to thank everyone for making it so very clear that it is essential that we continue the arc, for making it so very clear that we have to look to the leaders. And I'm looking at my Zoom screen and looking at the images of people and the names of people who are clear leaders, sheroes and heroes, and people who are blazing trails, and understanding that a large part of this is also about how do we prepare people who are coming behind us, who can continue this work, who can continue to move this forward. And that will be one of our ways of ensuring a tomorrow. We're in this time of being awake, and all of us have alluded to this importance of us staying awake. But part of our staying awake is also going to be dependent upon others who can carry the charge with us as we move forward and push beyond the bounds that we even see present today. So I thank you all. I thank you for being challenging. I thank you for your willingness to say what needs to be said and it's often said behind closed doors or in spaces and not shared and need to be said publicly. It needs to be a part of the conversation of the academies. It needs to be a part of the conversation of our academic medical centers and our universities and our research organizations, of our government, public and private spaces, if we're really going to have change. So thank you for being here. I am looking forward to tomorrow. I'm looking forward to learning more about programs that work. I'm looking forward to part of the closing discussion tomorrow, where we'll be talking about actions that can be taken, what we've learned from 2 days, and what are some of the recommendations for moving us forward and continuing to move forward. So please join us again tomorrow. Our sessions start at 1:15, and thank you for staying with us today. Thank you to our planning committee. Thank you to Dr. Lorenzen, and thank you all.
Bishop Lorenzen, excuse me, Dr. Lorenzen, do you have any final comments?
No, it's been a great day, and thank you so much for, I want to thank the co-chairs and the committee, but especially the co-chairs for the work today. It's been fantastic, and all the moderators and the great work that's been done, and look forward to tomorrow. We have our business meeting tomorrow morning for all the members of the roundtable, and we'll be discussing what we're doing in next steps and all the, please report out in terms of all the different action groups, and then we'll finish. We'll have the afternoon in which we'll have breakout rooms, so it should be exciting with multiple moderators. So look forward to tomorrow. Great, thank you, and nice bow tie, Dr. Curtin. See you tomorrow.
All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Take care.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Randall.
Thank you.